Okay, before we go ahead and start this hearing, perhaps we ought to have the folks that are standing in introduce themselves. Why don't we start with you, Representative Howard?
Hi, I'm Representative Heath Howard. I represent Stratford and Barrington. I'm normally serving on House election law, but today I'm here with you.
Thank you. And Representative Lane, you've been here before.
Yes, I'm a frequent flyer. How about
A
that?
frequent flyer.
Yeah, so
You get mileage?
I'm also on the election law committee, and thank you for having me back.
Good. And Representative Hill?
Good morning. No, I'm Greg. Greg Hill. I'm a frequent flyer in education since 2010.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to jump right into our hearings here. The first bill which we have up this morning is the constitutional amendment number 7. That's the use of money raised by taxation for education. Welcome, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, for the record, Glenn Cordelli representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the beautiful Lakes region. In the 1800s, the common schools concept was started by Horace Mann in Massachusetts. And his thought was, in order for there to be a civil society, there needed to be civil and religious education for all. Since our nation at that point was primarily Protestant, all the schools would be no different, and religion and reading from Bibles were part of the common school education. But problems arose in the mid-1800s with the immigration of Catholics from several countries, including Ireland. These immigrants arrived here and found the schools having students taught from a Protestant Bible, which was contrary to their concepts. And this led to discrimination and violence. It was in this period that then U.S. President Ulysses S. Grant gave a speech calling for a constitutional amendment to forbid states from providing public funds to any school that taught sectarian, aka Catholic, tenets. James Blaine of Maine was the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives and a friend of Grant. Blaine envisioned himself to be the successor as President to Grant. He introduced a constitutional amendment that provided for no state funds to go to any religious sect. The amendment passed the U.S. House and came within one vote of passing the Senate. But the anti-Catholic movement did not end there. Our state was not exempt from that. Hardly had the first Catholic parish been established in Dover, then there were attempts made to burn it down in both 1830 and 1831. In the 1850s, there were anti-Catholic incidents in Peterborough, Newmarket, Manchester, Dover, Portsmouth, and Greenville. Attempts were made to burn down St. Anne's in Manchester and its convent in both 1858 and 1859. States began to adopt these mini Blaine amendments or no aid Blaine amendments after the failure of the U.S. amendment. We added a Blaine amendment, which is Part 2, Article 83 in our Constitution, and it was clearly modeled after the U.S. Attempted amendment. Why should this relic of anti-religious period be removed from our Constitution? 2 reasons. First, it's a relic of anti-religious bigotry, and a following representative will discuss that in more detail. Second, it is unconstitutional, and I'll bring up 4 recent U.S. Supreme Court decisions. The first in 2002 was Zellman versus Simmons-Harris. This was in Ohio, where the state had assumed control of the Cleveland schools and instituted a scholarship program. Under that program, tuition assistance was provided to low-income students so that they could attend a private or public school of their choice. including religious schools. A group of taxpayers filed suit claiming that it violated the Establishment Clause. It went to the United States Supreme Court, and in a 5-4 decision, the majority ruled for the plaintiffs, and Justice Rehnquist stated, the Ohio program permits such individuals to exercise genuine choice among options for public and private, secular and religious. The program is therefore a program of true private choice. In 2012, there was the Trinity Lutheran case in Missouri, and this was about state grants to provide playground materials. The state said that the Trinity Lutheran Church could not get a grant for these playground materials for their school playground because of their Blaine Amendment. Again, went to the Supreme Court. Chief Justice Roberts stated, but the exclusion of Trinity Lutheran from a public benefit for which it is otherwise qualified solely because it is a church is odious to our Constitution, all the same, and cannot stand. Now, even more recent, in 2002, there was the Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue case. And the Supreme Court issued a landmark decision for Mrs. Espinoza and Montana families who wanted to use tax credit scholarship money to go to religious schools. The Department of Revenue Administration ruled that because they had a Blaine Amendment, they could not do that. And I'll just point out that Blaine Amendment in Montana was quite similar to our Blaine Amendment. The Supreme Court ruled for Mrs. Espinoza and the other families, and Justice Alito wrote that if a state decides to fund private education institutes, it cannot discriminate against parents who choose to send their children to religious schools. One more Supreme Court case was settled just this past June, and this was a school tuitioning case in Maine. Maine began town tuitioning like we have back in 1873, so that if children don't have a grade level in their own town, they can go to school elsewhere based on town tuitioning. But in 1981, Maine changed the law to restrict tuition to non-sectarian, non-religious schools. In 2018, 2 families filed suit because they wanted to send their kids to religious schools where it had been allowed prior to 1981. The Carson versus Macon case went to the Supreme Court, and in the majority opinion, Chief Justice Roberts wrote, as noted, a neutral benefit program in which public funds flow to religious organizations through independent choices of private benefit recipients does not offend the Establishment Clause. And even more recent, Maine has the oldest town tuitioning program. In 2020, 5 families sued in Vermont wanting to send their children to religious schools. Based on that Carson versus Macon, Maine decision, the Vermont Education Secretary sent a letter to all the state superintendents, this is just last September, saying that school districts, and I quote, may not deny tuition payments to religious approved independent schools that meet educational quality standards. Under that announcement, Vermont settled with the 5 families and provided them funding for going to religious schools. I believe that New Hampshire needs now to repeal this unconstitutional amendment. We've heard 4 U.S. Supreme Court decisions that basically invalidate the Blaine amendments. John Blaine of Maine is dead, and the New Hampshire Blaine Amendment needs to deserve the same fate. There can be no excuse not to repeal this remnant of anti-religious bigotry. The U.S. Supreme Court has spoken, and it's now time for us to speak by repealing this amendment and sending it to the voters of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have a copy of your testimony that?
I do, and I will provide it to the clerk.
Into the record. Are there questions from the committee for Representative Cordelli? Yes, Representative Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Cordelli, for taking my question. If the Blaine Amendment were to remain in our Constitution, someone could file suit to block funds going to New Hampshire religious schools, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, it's open for additional lawsuits. I don't think it would be very wise based on the U.S. Supreme Court decisions. But if someone wants to do it, I say bring it on.
Further questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. Nullification occurs when a state decides it's simply going to ignore federal law. So given that the Supreme Court has already ruled that this is an unconstitutional law, if we refuse to remove this and repeal this, could that be considered a form of nullification?
I wasn't going to go there, but if you think it is, I'll accept your opinion.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I'm looking at the section in the state constitution, and it says the amendment was added a lot later than the original constitution. So my question is, we lasted a long time without this. Is that correct?
Yes, the Blaine Amendment was added to our Constitution in 1877. And I'll just note that when the voters decided to add that to the Constitution, they also voted to remove provisions from our Constitution that required legislators to be Protestant.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to recognize Representative Bob Wynn. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for permitting me to testify here. I'm Bob Wynn. I'm a state representative from Wyndham, and I appear in support of CACR 7. I agree with. I was here for most of Representative Cordelli's testimony, and I think I agree with all of it in terms of he gave a very thorough recitation of the background of this, it seems to me as a practical matter, this amendment, the language in the Constitution now that incorporates the Blaine Amendment is really it's no longer effective. I mean, it could not be enforced because it's blatantly unconstitutional under the U.S. Constitution, and there's no real reason to keep it in the state constitution. It does have the sort of sting of the religious bigotry that it was based upon, from the fear that there too many Southern Europeans, too many Irish Catholics and Italian Catholics and whatever are coming, and my God, they if they send their kids to school, into religious schools, they might that will further their education, and my God, they might get elected to a legislature sometime. And well, my God, how would that happen? If that would be so awful if we didn't have only white male Protestants running the country. And so they took some action to further that. It seems to me that we've gotten way beyond that now, and that the sensible thing to do would be to remove this from the Constitution. That's really about all I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody.
Thank you very much, Representative Lekes.
If we don't remove this and we actually follow through with the amendment and deny somebody public funds for a religious institution, are we going to be, given the various court cases already, are we going to be facing a pretty stiff penalty?
Well, I think the answer to that would be, I suppose it depends. I mean, and maybe it depends to some extent on how creative some lawyer can be. Maybe there are really creative lawyers in Washington with some interest group or other that could try to say, well, the language of New Hampshire's amendment is somehow not covered by the earlier Supreme Court decisions. It seems to me that would be a real stretch to try to do that. And so I guess I would say, I think your point is well taken, that honestly, I would think that somebody that would bring a lawsuit based upon the state constitution in light of the U.S. Supreme Court decisions would face the real possibility that they're going to be sanctioned for bringing a frivolous lawsuit. That would be my impression.
Representative Meyer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. If you look at some of these U.S. Supreme Court decisions, in the Lutheran bill, it's basically dealing with playgrounds. In Espinoza, it was dealing with tax credits. And in this state, we've heard in this committee that tax credits really aren't tax money as it would relate to out of the Education Trust Fund. In Maine, it was a very narrow decision that basically said in rural school districts where there is no school district or school for that child going to middle school or high school, that they could use public money to go to religious school. So those are very narrow kinds of decisions. I'm asking this particularly because of your background, Representative Wynn, and the Supreme Court. Am I wrong in saying that, as I was trying to find it in the Constitution here, but in my reading of the Constitution, the original Constitution of this state has a provision in it that says no tax money shall go for religious purposes, but notwithstanding the Blaine Amendment. I can agree with the issue of the Blaine Amendment, but the original Constitution, doesn't it have a piece in there that says no taxation money will go to religious schools?
For religious, I don't know if it says religious schools. I thought if you have I think you're right that there is another provision, as I recall.
In the original Constitution.
In the original Constitution that does. I'm not sure about the religious schools part. I thought it had something to do with just more broadly religion.
I think you're right.
I think that might be right.
Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Based on your testimony, do you believe that our state education system is failing to educate anyone other than white Protestants?
Do I believe that it is failing to educate anyone other than white Protestants? Now, do I think that there's some kind of discrimination against? No, I do not. If you're asking, is there somewhere in the state where some school district or some individual that's an official of a school district is discriminating against someone that's not white? Possibly. But if you're asking, is there some kind of, systematic discrimination against people that are not white? No, I don't think that's true at all.
Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for joining us this morning and bringing your experience to bear in this area. I want to go to the back page of CR 7 that contains the voter's guide information, and I want to direct your attention down to the final sentence in the paragraph that begins on line 1 at the present time.
Okay.
And it reads, the United States Supreme Court has ruled that if any money raised by taxation is granted to any private school, it would be unconstitutional to exclude any school of a religious sect or denomination. I was wondering if you could speak to whether or not any money raised by taxation is currently being granted to a private school in New Hampshire.
Any money raised by taxation is being granted to a public school in New Hampshire.
Right.
Well, I suppose if you if you're referring to the education freedom accounts, yeah, I mean, I suppose.
And actually, if we want to put the EFAs aside,
Okay.
just for now, so that we're not mixing that into the argument, but just looking at obviously school districts,
Right.
have taxing authority in New Hampshire, so they're raising public money. Do school districts, via their school boards, which is the governing body of a school district, grant any of those publicly raised tax dollars to private schools?
I'm not sure about that, but it may be. Aren't there some smaller districts where there's not enough? I thought I remember, all I know about this really is sort of what I read in the paper, to be honest,
Right.
but I thought that there were some smaller districts where they didn't have, for one reason or another, there was not a public school available for students in that district to go to, and that at least in some instance, some of those children may have gone to religious schools. So I suppose that, paid for by the state.
Right.
I mean, or paid for by the district.
By the district. So a follow up on that, and where I'm going with this, and let's just take that as a generic scenario right now. That small town A that does not offer their own public schools, or let me say, small school district A that does not offer that does not run their own public schools, contracts with a private school to provide their constitutional requirement to educate all the children in that district. Does that private school have to comply with our state's requirements for public schools?
That's an excellent question that I don't proclaim to have any expertise on. So I'm not sure what the answer to that would be. I guess.
Like a requirement for special education services or accessibility or something like that.
Well, I mean, for example, I assume that let's take the example that we were just both talking about. I assume that if the student that we were talking about that the school district for one reason or another couldn't educate in its public schools, or it didn't have a public school or whatever, if that was a special education student that was disabled in some way, I would assume they could not. It would be a violation of the disabilities, the federal disability statute, for the school to send that person to a school district, to a school that could not accommodate the student's disability.
Right. So in that case, that private school contracting with small district A to provide public school, to provide education for all of its children, is providing the role as being the public school for that school district, and has to be compliant with our public school laws in the state. So where I'm going where I'm going with this, would that private school that's under contract to provide education service for all the children in small school district A be considered a private school that where parents place their kids in private schools all the time, or would it be considered, in the role that they're providing, would it be considered to be a public school?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I mean, I guess I would say that maybe there's a difference in the situation of where the school district, as opposed to the parents, have determined that this is the school where that person has to go to,
right,
as opposed to the parents making the choice. Maybe that makes a difference in terms of what the school, the school's obligations are. I'm just not sure about that. I'd want to think about it.
All right. Thank you very much, Judge.
Just a point of clarification, under the tuition program we have, a local board makes that decision to approve the receiving school, be it the Montessori school or be it Newport High School. And the local district has responsibility to ensure that the child that's being tuitioned out receives an opportunity for an adequate education. It may be through to a tuition school A, and B, may not provide all those services, but the school district's living up to its obligation by ensuring that the student can go to school A. We see that happening often in our tuition contracts in this state. Let's go on to the next question. Is there another question?
Sure.
Representative Drying.
I have to get up to HHS oversight. I just had 1 minute. Could I say my piece?
You know what?
I don't want to interrupt this because I want to listen to him, but I just have.
You want to listen to the judge?
You know,
Okay.
well, no, you know what, but you know what, here, can I, here's what I don't want, in any way want to be disrespectful to this committee, but I'm subbing today in criminal justice, and they're expecting me to be over there too, so,
I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it, I guess, so I guess what I would,
So you want to hold that for another person, or?
I mean, I wonder if, you know,
Do you have
just in the interest of
just
time.
30 seconds for the.
Sure, yes, absolutely.
What is the Blaine Amendment in our Constitution? Because it says that it was amended to prohibit tax monies to schools of religious things in 1877. So I assume that
Right.
section in 83 is the Blaine Amendment.
Right, it's the one in section 83, but as was pointed out before, there is another section, I don't remember where, but there is another section that was in the original Constitution that makes some reference to religion.
Thank you. We're going to let, yeah. Thank you very much, Representative Lynn. Have fun in the next committee.
Thank you very much, and sorry.
Representative Edwards. Yeah, I think he asked that too.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing District 31. That's Chester, Auburn, Candia, and Deerfield. And I'm not an attorney. I'm somebody who's been fascinated in this section of law around Blaine amendments. So I've been following it as a constitutional conservative. And I have entered into a number of conversations on Facebook and in other forums. And one of the things that comes back to me regularly when I talk about the removal of overt religious discrimination from our Constitution is the warning, as though I should be afraid of it, that this will open up kids going to Muslim schools, madrasas. And as somebody who spent time in Afghanistan training Muslims how to, fight and defend their nation, I needed to read a lot of cultural background. And I would say that to those that may harbor that concern that this would open it up to madrasas as well, I'm fine with that. I think we're a pluralistic nation that doesn't discriminate on the basis of religion, and it would be perfectly acceptable for us to be comfortable with parents choosing the school of their choice. So my only comment was, if you're hearing from your constituents that we need to be afraid that if we get rid of this, that it'll open the door to madrasas, I'd say that's okay. But that's my testimony.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any quick questions for the representative? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Damon, you want to just indicate the part of law that was, the Constitution?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the original Constitution that Representative Myler was referencing is Part 1, Article 6. And it was written on June 2nd, 1784, or passed into law then.
Good.
So
Representative,
that's the reference.
Could you read that?
well, let's just get the next person testifying, then we'll get that. It's elsewhere in the Constitution. Representative Paternal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee of my, for the record, I'm Katie Paternal. I represent Carroll District 6, Tuftonboro, and Wolfboro. And before I get started on my actual testimony, I have a copy of Part 1, Article 6 from the first New Hampshire Constitution of 1792, and it said, "The people of this state have a right to empower and do hereby fully empower the legislature to authorize from time to time the several towns, parishes, bodies, corporate or religious societies within the state to make adequate provision at their own expense for the support and maintenance of public Protestant teachers of piety, religion, and morality. So, I'm speaking today as a co-sponsor of CACR 7. If this bill wasn't an attempt to amend the New Hampshire Constitution, I might consider it a housekeeping bill. The description of this bill is misleading. There's no fiscal note, and there's no request to actually fund sectarian or religious schools. This bill is simply a request to right a wrong, a request to remove an amendment added out of bigotry and hatred for Catholics back in the middle of the 19th century. It comes from a time when the population of New Hampshire was rapidly changing. Immigration was exploding, and incoming Catholics were seen as a threat to the then generally Protestant state. In fact, in spite of this amendment, Catholics continued to work with the state for the betterment of education. All New Hampshire public schools were originally religious in nature because they were created to provide the basis for a religious life that, to Protestants, required reading and understanding the Bible and devotional texts. Many who learned to read as children lost the skill unless it was maintained for religious reasons. An initial problem with sectarian schools was the debate over which Bible to teach, or if the Bible was even actually read by Catholics. Catholics were also seen as having views that were incompatible with the individual independence and personal authority that were the core of American identity. There wasn't always animosity, however. In 1861, the city of Manchester actually gave Catholics the use of a vacant school, which was known as the Park Street School. It was controlled by the local school board, and salaries were even paid by the board until 1868. At that time, the local press printed an editorial that attempted to prove that Catholic schools were contrary to the Constitution and laws of the state. One city in New Hampshire seems to have been somewhat immune from the bigotry of the time. Non-Catholics contributed as generously as Catholics to the building of St. Joseph's Church, a proof that the storm of religious persecution which swept over many places in the state never reached Laconia. Catholic schools grew independently of public schools until the United States began to firmly Americanize their education, and the use of English became mandatory in daily instruction. So a lot of our education laws were created in order to make sure that we spoke a unified language. The Catholic or parochial schools were then recognized by the New Hampshire State Board of Education. With the passing of the law of 1919 establishing education standards for the state, parochial schools began working with the New Hampshire School Board to bring private schools in line with public schools. In fact, the untiring efforts of Bishop Girton in the 1920s culminated in the most amicable relations between public and parochial school authorities. All schools, public and private, grew so well in the period following the educational reforms of 1919 that by 1955, to alleviate the educational problems common to both systems, the New Hampshire legislature has been asked to pass legislation enabling private educational institutions to obtain loans, not funds, at a low rate of interest for expansion and renovation of physical plants. Without private parochial schools, the state would not have been able to educate the growing number of students at that time. In the words of Wilfred J. Lessard, a member of the State Board of Education from 1919 to 1932, no parochial school is a foreign school or a school for foreigners. It is an American school in which the language of the Constitution of the country and state is the basic language for instruction and administration while retaining its own characteristics. For while in a concert the various instruments take a part in the rendition of the same melody, each musical instrument must be held and played according to the rules which are peculiar to it. So, in the educational melody of New Hampshire, the parochial schools shall sound religious and patriotic notes and always harmonious with the great task which confronts us, the betterment of all the schools in New Hampshire. Considering the role that Catholic and Christian schools play in educating the state of New Hampshire, And considering that they are not recipients of state tax dollars, it is the duty of the state of New Hampshire to amend our Constitution by removing the bigoted line in Article 83. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Representative Paternal? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. Paternal. I had hoped to get this question to the judge, but I believe you may be able to answer it also. We had heard a pointed argument about another portion of the New Hampshire Constitution that would be cited to prohibit public funding for religious education. However, in 1961, the Supreme Court in Torcaso versus Watkins ruled secular humanism is afforded religious protections as a faith-based item. Therefore, if we were to interpret this to say that these public funds cannot be used to go to a religious school, could not the same argument be made that funding public secular schools falls under the same paradigm?
Possibly, but if we were to apply the Constitution to the original purpose of our public education, we wouldn't be funding public education at all.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Luno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative, for taking my question. So I want to sort of go to the to what the intent is behind the CACR 7, and I was wondering if you could talk with us a little bit about how the New Hampshire Constitution, how it is right now, the New Hampshire Constitution is preventing. Well, you know, what is the New Hampshire Constitution preventing from happening today that that is the motivation for this proposed constitutional amendment?
Well, you were asking about, I believe you were asking about funding different schools and what the state does to fund different schools and whether or not.
Well,
like,
I'm really getting at what's being prevented from happening today that requires this change to the Constitution.
There's actually nothing. In fact, we've never funded these schools. They grew independently of the public schools. They actually just coordinated courses of study in order to make sure that all of the students of the state were educated in a similar manner to become good citizens. And a prime example being that all of the sectarian schools in the early 1900s were being instructed solely in the English as the primary language.
So what's the amendment trying to do?
It's just trying to remove a bigoted, outdated statement.
So that what can happen?
Nothing. It's just keeping things the same as they are. We don't fund non-public schools with state tax dollars. It's just removing a bigoted, purposeless statement. That's why I said it's like a housekeeping. It's just it's just doesn't belong in the Constitution. It's a bigoted statement. It doesn't change anything. We don't fund non-public schools. And if you look at the DOE website, Christian and Catholic schools or parochial schools are listed in the conglomeration of all non-public schools. None of them receive state funding. So it's not really changing anything. It's just removing a bad line from the Constitution that never should have been in there in the first place, because the state never had the intention of funding these schools.
Thank you very much. Do you want further questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. No, but that's later on in a different place. So with that, I'm going to close this hearing down. I have no other cards up in front of us, so CACR 7 hearing is closed. We'll take 5 minutes and then we're going to start execing some of our bills. We can't exec any bills until 10:30. That's when it shows up in the calendar. So take a short break here. For, yeah, you would cross that name out and put in the substantive. You don't have to, you really technically, we don't worry about subs during hearings. Introducers, you don't have to have, we could have a hearing with just one person.
That's why I was pushing.
And then when the executive, you will cross out turn on my mic here. We're opening up the executive session, and the first bill in executive session I'd like to take up is a continuation of the bill which we had discussed earlier, but it was HB 170. The way that tracked out for everybody, we had a motion of OTP initially. Then we had an amendment presented. That amendment also passed with 19-1. Then we voted on that, and the motion was defeated or not recommended with a 10-10 type vote. And the next motion which was popped up was ITL, and that's where we remain right now with that ITL motion. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open up that ITL. We've had that motion made, and that motion was seconded. I believe it was seconded. Then we are going to have a little discussion right now on 170. And as agreed with the ranking representative here, we're going to have a little bit of discussion on the possible comments and suggestions presented by Representative Lekis. And then we will, but remember, we're still on a motion of ITL. So in order to take up any action or anything that's being offered to us during this discussion, the ITL would have to be taken back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to recognize Representative Lekis for discussion purposes, not any motions.
Okay, originally, we had talked, excuse me? There's already a motion on the table.
There's already a motion on the
I
table.
can't
This is
make
a
a motion.
continuation of an executive session which we closed down
Right.
weeks ago.
Does everybody have the amendment?
What's the number?
It's number 0348H. And the amendment came about because originally we had talked about just adding that excellent line that says that the requirement may be accommodated, modified, or waived in accordance with a student's individual, with their IEP or 504 plan. And that was to the original bill, which only changed encouraged to required. So when it came back from OLS, that's not quite the way it was written, and the memorization part of multiplication tables was not in there. And we had agreed, most of us had, we had agreed that we were going to do the original plus that line. So when it was noticed that it wasn't in there, I went and got this amendment, but what I didn't get, unfortunately, was the when it had to be done by. So this is what I got, and it basically leaves the bill as it was and adds the accommodation section.
Okay. So is there any further discussion on that position? Okay. So the motion, yes. Representative Cascade.
Thank you. I don't know if it's a question or my wondering with this new language, what does it actually do that the federal and state law and special ed doesn't already do? I mean, I don't understand the purpose, because you can already do this. That's all.
I think it was just to make it clear.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table for ITL. Was there any inclination on the part of those that made the ITL to withdraw the ITL? No. No. So we're going to take action on the ITL motion. Madam Clerk, is there any further discussion on the ITL? Madam Clerk, got it together? Okay, great. All right, so the motion is ITL HB 170. This is a bill dealing with cursive handwriting and memorization of multiplication tables.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekes.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry, no. Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Paternal.
No.
Representative Hill.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
So we have no recommendation on this bill. Who will be writing on,
Representative Cascadden.
Representative Cascadden? Okay.
In support of ITL.
Yes, yes.
Who moved and seconded that?
We'll get somebody.
That goes back to.
It was
Cascadden,
Cascade.
Cascadden, Milo.
Cascadden.
That's correct.
Cascadden moved it? Okay.
She'll do the ITL.
Okay, and
2-3.
Lekes
thank
will
you.
do the OTPA. The OTPA would not be the amendment. That's right. Okay. Next bill which we have in front of us is HB 394. Representative Cordelli, do you have a motion?
Yes, I would like to move that this bill be retained.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Representative Paternal seconds it. Representative Cordelli, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I think that there are some interesting aspects to this in terms of the chairmanship of cooperative district and the idea of moving meetings between locations. I think it could possibly use some more work, however, and that's why I think it should be retained.
Further discussion? Representative Paternal, you made the second. Do you have anything else? Is there any further discussion on the motion to retain? Representative Luno.
Sure. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, this is a, I think we heard during last session that there's probably a lot of work that needs to be done with respect to co-op school districts, and maybe this could be part of that work and looking at that. But I think as it stands here, I don't think this is worth retaining, and I think it should be ITL'd.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, thank you. On the retained motion, is that any priority, or just listen to Luno and IPL, or just take one at a time? Just my edification.
Well, he was indicating through his discussion that he didn't see the merit in retaining and that to ITL. That's.
Okay, but there's no hierarchy?
There's no.
No.
Okay,
no,
thank you.
no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Is there further discussion from the, yes, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were some concerns brought forward in the hearing that this could make meetings less accessible to the public. If it was in a town that had the lesser population, then people would have to drive further, the majority of people, and there'd be less likely for members of the public to come to their school board meetings. And it just seemed to be more difficult for everyone. So I see the merit in retaining the bill because it could work on cooperative school boards together. However, this bill in particular, there was just a lot of testimony in the contrary. So I understand that an ITL motion might be in order.
Thank you. Further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you take the roll on the retaining motion?
For a vote to retain, Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Paternal.
Yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Myler. Representative Howard.
No.
Representative Lane.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
All right, the vote was 9 yeas, 11 nays.
I recognize Representative McDonald for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that this bill is ITL.
I'll second.
Representative Luno was up first. You gotta be quick. Representative McDonald, do you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Representative Luno?
Good.
We're just gonna let the clerk catch up here.
Hang on. Okay, this is HB. Motion is now ITL. Okay. All right, motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekes.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry, no. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Paternal.
No.
Representative Hill.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
The vote is 11 yeas, 9 nays.
So this bill will be ITL'd.
Does anyone want
Wants to
to,
write the,
a minority report?
Representative.
Right, yeah,
Okay.
right.
You gonna do that now?
We'll talk over a minority report.
Yeah.
Okay, got time here, HB 563. Look to Representative Cordelli to make a motion. Oh, Paternal, excuse me.
I move ITL on HB 563.
Is there a second?
Cordelli?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Discussion from the maker of the motion? No? From the second?
No.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk, when you catch up, we're ready. The motion is for 563, adoption of SAU budgets, ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekes.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, I'm gonna nay. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Paternal.
Yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell. Oh, yep, sorry, my bad.
Yes.
Representative Howard, thank you. Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
All right. 19 yeas, 1 nay.
Sir, are we good with consent?
Yes.
Thank you. Next bill which we have here is, I'm going to jump and go to 651.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went to, I went to 651. That's contracts with transportation companies. I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
I would like to move retain.
Is there a second to that? Representative Belcher? This is 651. Representative Cordelli, are you busy writing?
Thank you.
Okay.
I believe that there are now several companies interested in coming into New Hampshire. I think that there are discussions going on in terms of the requirements in order to gain the working relationship with Department of Motor Vehicles in terms of the requirements for those companies and the drivers. So I would like to give all involved more time to see what can be worked out and therefore retain the bill.
Further discussion?
Ditto.
Representative Luna?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, we obviously, I think we all received substantial opposition to this bill from, was it Department of Safety? I think it was Department of Safety. And I think it raised a lot of concerns, but I would support the retaining the bill to see if those concerns can be worked out, as Representative Cordelli has articulated, because there may be some opportunity where this where this may be a benefit. I don't know that, but I think retaining it would be a reasonable result now.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, the motion is to retain 651.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lucas,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Paternal,
Yes.
Representative Hill,
Yes.
Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
and Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
16 yeas and 4 nays.
Okay, the bill will be retained. Next bill we're going to go into is 654. That's dealing with the 1-year certification of eligibility. Pass the gavel off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would call on the chairman for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to recommend for 654 OTP.
Second? Anyone? Okay. Discussion.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to introduce Amendment 0338H. Does everybody have a copy of that? There are a few of that, they were handed out, but I have a few extras right up here. So how many that way? 1, 2, here's 3 coming that way. And the remainders are going, wait a minute, let's take another one for the record. Okay. Record. Okay. That was second by Representative Ford. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and discuss this amendment. The amendment makes a change, which I'll speak to in a second. For those that we have here with us that are not here earlier to hear any of the presentation on the hearing, 654 was the one bill that was given the right to be entered late after the filing date. And it's a bill that's part of where we're going, how we're trying to deal with teacher shortage in our state. This is just one small option available to help that sort this whole issue out where we're short with science teachers, math teachers, technology, special education. What this bill does is that we have on the books right now 18939B, which is part of legislation states that a one-year certificate of eligibility can be provided by the local superintendent based upon criteria you'll see in lines 12 through 14 in this bill. Those are the three areas which are in effect currently. And this bill does nothing to change that. What this change does, though, it changes the definition. It says where it's a teaching credential license or other teaching certificate, an educator credential. And it's by changing teacher to educator, we're allowing all those that are working within the school district the opportunity to, the superintendents, to find a person in the area of technology that's perhaps certified, but not necessarily called a teacher, or a librarian, media specialist, etc. What this does, and this bill has been supported widely by folks in the field, we encourage everybody to have certification and meet the standards we have for certification. And we have those that can come in based upon those criterion lines 12 through 14, and that have a bachelor's degree in experience or education relevant to that particular job, and they pass the criminal background check. And they're seen as a person that can walk in and do the job by the superintendent hiring, and they oftentimes are given that one-year ticket, which they may come in November. So that ticket's good, November to November, or whatever month it may be. And we're finding that during this time, there's some that would like to continue on and are working towards their certification, but are unable to do it in that one short period of 1 year. And what this does is it allows this to continue for 2 years, and this is very apropos for this time when we have a teacher shortage. So what this basically does, the bill changes the word teaching to educator. I'll also note that there has been question in the past whether the person that's taking this responsibility is bound by the professional code of conduct and ethics. Yes, they are. And this definitely clarifies that position. It's in law here, even though, according to Director Appleby, they already had this responsibility to follow the code, but this just ensures it. So this is why I put this forward as an effort to try to help us during this time when we see there is a need to sometimes extend this. It's also noted in the bill that we extend for 1 year, but the year you're extending to has to be abutting that first year. It can't be you have 1 year, you skip 2 years, you want to come back and finish the other. No, they have to be consecutive abutting years. So I won't discuss any further. I hope that explains it for those that are new to the committee.
Further discussion, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you. I would encourage everyone to approve the, to vote in the positive for OTP. What this also does is allow for, say, a candidate that works in the school district as a paraprofessional or teacher aide or an interventionist who has potential and never had the opportunity to go away to college for 4 years, but has some education base and then must take a certain number of courses to get certified, and they have to pay for that out of pocket. Excuse me. So this allows them that, excuse me, that extra year to be able to get through to the licensing. So encourage it.
Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like also to note that there are several programs underway already attempting to advance paras and others to move into a teacher preparation program, and they're organized proposals, including one funded with a grant from the Department of Labor, to provide health care for these people because they often cannot afford to go to school to become fully certified as a teacher because they can't give up their health care for their families. And so they now can get through, with some help from others, get grants to provide health care and other necessary support. So I would encourage you to approve this bill.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready for the vote on the amendment.
Okay. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Leckus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Paternal.
Yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay. 20 yeas, no nays.
Is there a further motion, Chairman Ladd?
Yes, I'd like to recommend OTPA on HB 654.
Second.
Second by Representative Myler. Discussion?
No discussion.
Who moved
Representative
that?
Myler?
I'm sorry.
No.
It was
Ladd.
myself making the motion and Representative Myler.
And this is OTPA.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any discussion from anyone else? Seeing none, I think we're ready for the final roll call.
10 seconds. Motion is ought to pass with amendment. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Leckus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Paternal.
Yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay, votes 20-0.
Consent. Yeah.
So we'll place that one on consent. Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. And there are going to be a lot of happy superintendents out there today on this one. And we want to thank Director Appleby over at DOE for helping us out with this bill. Okay, we're scheduled to start the next hearing at 11 o'clock, and we're right at 11 o'clock. So we have one, and I want to congratulate this committee. 5 bills we just knocked off in a half hour's time in exec session. It's remarkable for this group. Okay, all righty, so now.
Ready for this one?
I just, the motion for your amendment, that was yours.
Yeah.
Who seconded it?
That was Oliver on the.
Okay, that was the original ought to pass. Should I just be the first thing?
No.
I don't think there was a vote on the.
We didn't do ought to pass. You seconded the ought to pass amendment and then ought to pass, and then you offered the amendment.
Yes. Yeah.
So same.
Yeah. Same. Yeah. Yep.
Okay,
Good. That's it.
You want to start this one?
Yep. There isn't. I just didn't, and it, we're recommending IPL on it. So we'll get it. I just wanted to get that other one done for Appleby. Okay. Okay, thank you. The next bill which we have on the docket here today to be heard is HB 515. This is relative to education freedom accounts. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ospey in the beautiful Lakes region. And HB 515 is an attempt to clarify some things in statute, part of which were discussed during the rulemaking process, as well as some legislation that has passed since the EFA programs were implemented. I'll just want to highlight where those changes are, if I might. On the first page on line 2, we added under the age of 22 for eligible students to accommodate the special needs children who now can get services until that age. On lines 11 and 12, we clarified that there can be multiple scholarship organizations contracted to provide scholarships. That was not really clear in the current statute. We added on line 14 the references to current RSAs related to the town tuitioning at our payment for tuitions at a private school, not town tuitioning, excuse me. Lines 18 and 19 wanted to clarify that if an EFA student was attending public school and taking classes there, that would be paid for from their EFA account, and that the department would not provide any adequacy grant or payment to that school for those activities for the EFA student. Over to page 2 on lines 18 through 20. We further clarified that a letter from the teacher who was doing a review of the portfolio is one of the options for accountability for the EFA student, that there would be a letter that was provided to the scholarship organization, and then the scholarship organization would make aggregate data available to the department on student achievement and progress. Aggregate data so that student privacy is maintained, as well as the privacy of the evaluator. On line 24, we wanted to clarify that an EFA student who enrolled full-time in a different education option under the compulsory attendance laws would have to withdraw from the EFA program. They couldn't be in multiple compulsory attendance categories at the same time. On line 28, we added intentional and substantial, as had been in our original EFA language on the House side. On line 30, this has been discussed on multiple occasions, that the scholarship organization shall refer suspected cases. It had been may in the statute, and I think everyone was in agreement that it should be shall, and that the department should be notified of that. And then on the final change, I believe, is on line 35, where the current law had said the department shall adopt rules, but it's really the State Board of Education that adopts rules. So this is primarily housekeeping, I believe, and trying to make sure that statute and rules are in sync. And that's really the intent of this bill.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this to our attention. This is, I qualify this as one of the guardrails that you're talking about as far as making sure that there are some rules here, and this is good. Two questions. How do you perceive if there are multiple scholarship organizations? How's that going to be administered? I mean, it's easy if you have just one, et cetera. So that's my first question. The second question is you did not mention on line 28 of the first page where you added an intentional and substantial. Right. So if you could talk about what that means as far as intentional and also the multiple. Thank you.
Thank you. Remind me of the first one again.
The first one is how might the multiple organizations
right.
work?
Thank you.
How that process
yeah. Right now, we only have basically the one scholarship organization approved by the Department of Revenue Administration. But I think always under the tax credit scholarship program, which started out establishing a nonprofit approved by the Department of Revenue Administration to administer the tax credit scholarship fund, that there was also always the intention that there could be multiple. And in fact, I think there is a second, but it is managed by the Children's Scholarship Fund also. So I think the intention was that any scholarship organization approved by a DRA under RSA 77G could also provide for EFA accounts. And so I think it would be the option of the parent as to which company that they wanted to work with. And I know in talking with the department that for the initial implementation, there was really only one nonprofit approved by DRA. They went with a sole source contract for that, but the intention has been to do an RFP in the future for firms to do the EFA provisions.
And then the second question was the addition of intentional.
Right.
What's your intention?
Yeah. On lines, as you pointed out, line 29 on the first page and also 28 on the second page, there were two EFA bills. There was a House and a Senate bill. The House bill included the words intentional and substantial. The Senate bill, which got now put into law, included just substantial. I think that we wanted to include intentional in there so that it was both not a mistake on the part of an inadvertent mistake, a provision, let's say, of a receipt for reimbursement to the scholarship fund, that had to be something intentional, that they were trying to misuse funds. There are examples of, we certainly want to provide for making sure that there is no misuse of funds, but we want to make sure that it's intentional misuse of funds, not just a mistaken receipt that's being submitted inadvertently as maybe a package of receipts to the scholarship fund for reimbursement. It could be for instance, set of books or new set of curriculum, for instance, and it could be several sets of curriculum, for instance, but only one set of curriculum for the EFA student and another set of curriculum for another student in the household. I know, for example, just a simple example, the scholarship fund has denied book purchases because they looked up the book and it was not age appropriate for the student who was a recipient of the EFA account, but age appropriate maybe for another child in the household. So we want to make sure that this is something that is an intentional act on the part of the parent and not an inadvertent act.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for taking my question. I'm looking at line 2 on the first page. This says under the age of 22. I'm curious as to why it's worded that way when there's other bills before us to say 21 inclusive, just because to keep it in line with federal statute. I know there's no technical change, just the wording, I guess. Was it an oversight?
I think that there are several places, as you point out, where it says 21 inclusive. I think there was one place where it did say under age 22. And so we just went with age 22 in this instance. But I think I'd be fine with either at this point.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there an amount of money that matches with substantial? What is substantial? You know, and also obviously what is intentional, but substantial, is there a dollar amount?
There is no dollar amount. I think that various places in statute, we use the term substantial. And so it's left for some discretion in that regard. But also if we set a dollar amount right now, 5 years from now, we could have a different opinion on what substantial is. So I think just for the sake of future legislation and for some discretion being exercised. For instance, my book example, I don't think that would be substantial, but maybe a playground set for a child with special needs versus a playground set for other child in the household, that might be looked at as substantial.
Okay, thank you.
Further question, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thanks for bringing this in. I think there's some interesting pieces of this for sure, as Representative Myler brought it. But I want to sort of focus on page 1, towards the middle lines 16 through 19. So basically section 4. And it's hard to read section 4 when you don't sort of see it as part of all of 194F, and where particularly you've got in the new language, the department shall make no state adequacy grant payment to the school for curricular activities and programs for the EFA student. And I understand your testimony when you said this is for a student who can take, they're spending up to. No, this is actually contracted services. So this is not a public school where a student is enrolled up to 50% as a part-time student. Is that correct?
Correct. There are any classes that this EFA student signs up for, a science lab or whatnot at their local public school or charter school.
Or any
Yes.
public school or charter school.
Correct.
So this is not necessarily their resident school district. This could be somewhere else. And
right, except for full-time, because that would be a separate.
Right, yeah, and there's follow-up. I know this is sort of turning into a discussion. But would the school that is contracted for the district public school contracted for under section D in part 4, would they also be required to provide special education services for a student?
No.
They would not be. Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cascaden.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. One, I'm looking at lines 10, 11, and 12 to describe the opening for multiple scholarship. Would you consider changing that area to having the New Hampshire Department of Education oversee the education freedom accounts?
No.
Okay.
I think that's a separate piece of legislation that we're dealing with.
It is, yeah.
Yes.
I just wanted to check that. And one more question is on page 2, lines 7, 8, 9, and 10, the areas of discipline that must be provided. Is it the intent that this would satisfy the competencies or credits for earning a high school diploma?
No. Basically, I think this section of 194F just states that child who gets an EFA account should receive education in these areas. I think these areas are already spelled out in other sections of statutes for public school students. So I think that this is trying to be consistent with what our children should know, whether they are in public school or getting education via an EFA account.
Okay, thank you. I do have one more. I just thought of something.
Go ahead.
It's quick. All right, so going back to the line on that Representative Luna was just talking about, that talks about programs, it would not fund curricular activities and programs. So line 19, so it made me think of programs, but yet there's some retail providers that EFA recipients can use for programs. So would that negate that list of providers that are on the approved list, such as, I don't know, art lessons, music lessons, judo, whatever, as a program, or?
Right, I don't believe so. I think that this is specific for those areas in which the department would provide, if funds were available, the adequacy grant of, 0.15, I think, for taking a course at a public school, for instance. It's targeted for that area, just to make sure that the EFA student is paying for those courses and not the department.
So I got a question for you. So that in trying to stay on that topic, we know that a homeschooler can come in and take a course in a school, and the school gets 0.15 of a student in reimbursement costs if money's available. So what are you trying through this to say that if an EFA student comes in, they got to use their EFA monies to pay for that course that they're taking?
Exactly, and the department does not pay for it.
Okay, thank you. Further, Representative Myler.
I want to raise a favorite question that Representative Ladd usually asks, and that is, if I have a daughter who is in an EFA program, and she is an outstanding softball player, and she wants to travel to 2 districts beyond her resident to participate in the championship program of that school, and there happens to be a fee, a sports fee to participate, this would then cover, this would mean that the EFA account would pay for that fee to participate in that outstanding softball program?
I'd have to go.
It's not a gotcha question.
No, right.
It's just a.
Yes, right. I'd have to go back and look at the full language in 194F. But I think it's primarily intended, as with the homeschool students, that it would be their local school. I don't know if there's anything in current statute for homeschoolers or for EFA students or anyone to say it has to be, it can't be, two districts over, or it has to be your local.
Let me cut in here a little bit, because we're now getting an NHIAA, and you have to be a resident in that district. If not, we're going to have semi-pro teams all over the place here. And that's the direction we don't want to go. So I think that's on the same page as you're coming from as well. Representative Leno?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks again, Representative Cordelli. I'm still stuck on Section 4 because and I don't know if this is a scenario that would ever develop, but if a student is a resident of District A and then leaves, what would be the term? Unenrolls as a full-time student in District A, establishes an EFA, goes back to District A for 50%, could they use either their EFA to pay for additional classes beyond their 50% enrollment into District A? And would they be entitled to a District A diploma at some point down the road? And would District A have received any adequacy grants from the state? And what responsibilities would District A have for any special needs of that student, given you've got a hybrid situation here where District A is obligated to serve as their public school for up to 50%, and then is essentially serving as a private placement for the rest of the 50%.
Thank you. If I think elsewhere in statute, it defines that full-time is greater than 50%. If they're going for part-time, taking a couple of classes this semester, a couple of classes next semester, they have to pay for that. There's no, and that's what the intent here is in lines 18 and 19, to make sure the department isn't paying for those classes. It's all coming out of the EFA students' account, so that they can't mix and match and have, say I'm part-time EFA and part-time ADM student to get state reimbursement for the other half. It's one or the other. They're either part-time EFA student or they're enrolling full-time back in their resident district.
So follow up on that. So what would prevent that from happening?
I think that the earlier definition of full-time student is greater than 50%. I think that would.
So let's say they're 49.
Follow-up question?
49. I mean, this is just I think an interesting.
It's not ongoing dialogue.
No, I understand, Mr.
So
Chair. Thanks.
let's keep it to questions.
Yes, I mean, I think you understand what I'm going after here.
Right.
And do we have any? Is there somebody from the department that might be able to explain what the resident district's obligation is to a student that may also have an EFA?
The resident district has nothing to do with an EFA because it's a separate compulsory attendance area that we have established in law.
Right.
So they can pay for the courses, but they're never going to be an enrolled student in that school. So that they're not going to get a diploma. They're going to have to take the high set or something else if they want to get a high school graduation diploma. So, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, I'm having a difficult time trying to distinguish programs because in my mind, I'm not sure if you're thinking of after-school clubs, but again, on the service providers for EFAs that is approved by the state, there's a number of summer education programs, specialized education programs, and at least 35 virtual programs. So your bill in this line would eliminate all that if I understand the term of programs, because they vary from, a house homeschooling program to a play date to they're very varied, gymnastics and whatnot, religion. But how do you interpret programs in your language? Because I'm trying to separate the two.
I think curricular activities and programs is already in the statute, and so it was repeated in lines 18 and 19 because it's already in statute on line 18. in terms of individual classes and curricular activities and programs. Programs, I think we've heard discussions in the past that if EFA student wanted to take part in a summer program, for instance, that would be, and there was a fee for it, that would be paid from their EFA account.
Okay, and this does not negate a parent from participating in all of these programs?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
Representative Lane?
It's hard to understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will apologize in advance. I've spent 42 years as a lawyer. So my questions are around the intentional piece, the intentional and substantial misuse, because intent is a really hard thing to prove even in court. So you have, and also you could have, well, that's one question. So how do you intend, what's guidance or what you're asking an organization, a nonprofit organization, to make that determination? And it's a really hard concept in the court to prove. So how do you, it's really hard to prove.
Right. I have spent no time as a lawyer. And probably don't want to spend any time as a lawyer.
Right. Most people don't.
The term intentional and substantial, I think, has been recommended to us by lawyers and is similar terminology that is used in many of the states that have ESA, education savings account types of programs. I'll leave the arguing between lawyers to others on the meaning of intentional.
Could I have a follow-up, please?
Yes, you may.
So what would happen, because you could have an unintentional substantial abuse. Those will never get reported under this language. Is that correct?
An unintentional substantial probably would not. But I'm sure there's a very close working relationship between the current scholarship fund and any future scholarship fund, I believe, working with the department because of the process that's involved. And I know that the department is also trying to hire, as provided for in law, an EFA administrator to constantly work with the scholarship fund. So I'm sure that there would be discussions between the organizations if anything came up where there was a substantial misuse of funds and a question about intentional or not.
Yes, Representative Woodcock, then Representative Lekes.
Thank you, Chairman Light. I'm not trying to be redundant because I actually written it down where I started these two things, but I'm going back to the question 20, line 28, part 2 was my initial question was Representative Lane's. Why would we want intentional there if we want the scholarship organization to follow through in substantial misuse? Why, it seems to me if you don't have, if I read it right, I think that's what she was trying to say, or you said, that you have to have both ingredients to be forwarded.
Yes. I'll just refer back also to all the discussions with the administrative rules and GELCAR and that whole process. And it seems to me in my reading of what went on with the development of the rules that there was discussion about the possible need for intentional by some of the lawyers involved working with establishing the rules.
Representative Lekes, do you have a follow-up question?
I do. That the answer confused me as I was trying to process it. The other question why I'm trying to
see everything burning up over there.
Yeah, I'm killing it over here. Thank you, Representative. I'm somewhere with my car that you made fun of in the last
exec session. Also brought up earlier, and I'd written it down, so I don't want to speak, I'm trying to cheat on somebody else's work. The DOE bill that just went through the House was talking about DOE taking over administration of the EFA accounts. My question is, a lot of the language that's relative here to scholarship organizations, would that then be negated if the DOE continues the process of taking over the and have to be rewritten?
If the DOE takes over the operation of the program, is that your question?
Right.
I think that there would have to be a lot of the statute rewritten, but that's another piece of legislation
that's already gone through.
No,
I don't think we voted on that.
Okay.
That's still.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Chairman Lyon.
You're welcome. Representative Lekes?
Yes, I was wondering, the report that the scholarship organization has to give to the DOE is very involved and complex and has all kinds of information that's not in this other report. And there will be multiple scholarship organizations potentially. I'm wondering why you decided to have the scholarship organization report to the legislature rather, and et cetera, rather than the DOE report to the legislature, et cetera.
Have the scholarship organization report to the legislature?
But I forget what letter that was, what line that was on at this point. I've looked at so many things. The reporting to the legislature and all, the Senate, all of the, I was wondering why you have them report rather than the DOE report, since the DOE already has from the scholarship organization a much greater report.
I had neglected to look at page 3. I'm not sure that's where you're looking, but page 3 actually is our new provisions that are being required of the scholarship organization.
Right.
And thank you for reminding me of those. There are several new reports that had been left out of the current statute in terms of annual reports from the scholarship organization, and also a survey of parents. And both of these mimic what's required of the scholarship organization under the tax credit scholarships.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm just going to go a little bit different angle here on page 2, lines 17 through 21, referring to the assessment piece and the portfolio. You've added in that a letter from the teacher should be provided to the scholarship organization. My question refers to, it just states very generally what the student's education progress, and then it states that that there will be aggregate data made available. I'm kind of curious of what that aggregate data would look like, because it's just a letter. I mean, is there a template? I mean, what kind of information would that teacher be assessing? And to go along with that, how do you know, or who makes the determination at all whether the adequate progress has been made?
Well, I think the determination of adequate progress ultimately is the responsibility of the parent. Would be my response to that portion. I think that one, we don't want. These are EFA students, and I think we want to provide for their privacy. There could be multiple children in the household. It could be just one who's receiving an EFA, so we need to protect their privacy. But also to make sure that the profile has, the profile, section C on line 13, that the profile has been done and has been reviewed. That's the reason for the letter going to the scholarship organization.
Follow up?
Yes, please. This information just goes to the scholarship organization. Again, I'm just still trying to understand who gets the aggregate data.
It would be sent to the department.
The Department of Education?
Right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Department is used, I think department is defined as the Department of Education in the chapter.
Further questions of Representative Cordelli? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I know this is turning into a discussion on these questions, but I'm still stuck on section 4, and I'll try to keep it to a question. But where the new language on lines 18 and 19 say basically the department shall not make a state adequacy grant payment to the school, so referring to the district public school, and I'm concerned how that reads up against Ed Rules 80501, which are the rules that are directed to the Education Freedom Account program. And it says a child with a disability participating in an EFA program and enrolled in a public school under RSA 194F:2, Roman 2D, which is exactly what's being amended on line 16, is entitled to a free and appropriate public education. So I believe that means special education services. And it goes on to say the school district in which the child with a disability participating in the EFA program enrolled a public school under 194F:2, Roman 2D resides is responsible for the provision of those special education services. So I'm wondering if lines 18 and 19 are now further depriving their the resident school district and or the school district that is providing the contracted services with a state adequacy grant, depriving from state adequacy.
Right.
Thank you.
I don't think so. There is another section in 194 specific to special education, and we also have legislation about that and the notification that has to be made to parents when they sign up for an EFA about their options under IDEA. And I think that will be clarified with that legislation, but also in terms of this section was really targeted at the curricular activities, be it any one of the schools that would normally receive or could receive state adequacy grants. If a special needs student does enroll in a public school, they can enroll in a out-of-district public school full-time and pay for it with their EFA account. And in those circumstances, the resident school district would be responsible for services. But that we'll get in, I think we'll get into that more with that other piece of legislation, because I do have some information regarding that. But
Yeah, just to follow up, is that another piece of legislation? Because I thought we were done our hearings today. So is this somewhere else or coming in from somewhere?
I guess we had the hearing on that piece. It was Representative Tanner's legislation. No, excuse me, might have been Representative Cornell's legislation.
No, I remember that, but no,
right.
I'm talking about specific with respect to the duty of the resident school district to pay for special education
I think
services.
I think that needs to be clarified as part of that legislation, and I'm looking at a possible amendment to bring forward also at the exec session
to try and help clarify that.
So there does appear so there does appear to be an inconsistency between statute and rule in this area.
I'd have to go back and look at the rule. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So historically, if I was a participating agent for homeschool families, they registered, and then in 2000, the law, and then you had to follow up annually to get a progress and whatnot, or to assist.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you meant by agent. I didn't understand that.
Well, when a family wishes to homeschool, they must notify a participating agency, which is normally, more often than not, I believe, the school superintendent, but it also could be, somebody else.
Right.
It could be
Or just a letter to the
or
Department
somebody
of
else.
Education.
Right.
Yes.
But for the most part, I mean, I managed all those cases, and then the 2000 legislation came down that they did not need to provide any accountability, and the law that you had to annually provide updates went away. So once someone, said they were going to homeschool, that was the last that you may hear. In some cases, not all, because there are some wonderful homeschool families that I've worked with. But looking at line, page 2, 17, 18, 19, and 20, where a letter would be submitted on an annual basis for student progress, do you believe that this would now change for homeschool parents to have accountability?
No.
When they don't?
No, this is
No.
strictly within the 194 chapter for EFA program. But I think all along in talking to, when we first put the program in place, everyone recognized that homeschooling was different than an EFA student homeschooling. And that's why there are separate compulsory attendance categories now for the two.
Okay, got it.
And that's why some homeschool parents elect not to take an EFA account because they don't want to get involved with the government, shall we say.
Okay.
This is defined in the compulsory attendance. There's 4 categories we're talking about: private school, public school, EFAs, and homeschooling. And they're separate and apart from each other. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it, you're off the hook 45 minutes later.
Thank you. I just had a wonderful time.
Oh, I bet you did. Okay, so the next hearing we have scheduled is scheduled for 12:45. So yeah, we're closing this hearing. Yeah, this hearing is closed. And the next one is scheduled for 12:45. That's about an hour from now. So what we can do is we can take that hour lunch break right now, where everybody has that time available to them, and we'll come back and meet at 12:45.
I'm sorry.
Cordelli's card. No, you too. What we just said. One of the
Oh, I need a card. Yes. Yep, thank you.
Are we meeting Monday or Tuesday? Exactly. Some people who maybe.
Yeah, I got it. We're gonna have to use every day, so I'm gonna start out with the Monday. And the reason for that is that from the 6th through half day on the 16th, there could be as many as 4 session days thrown in there. So you subtract that out of the 8.5 days.
Quick interruption. Could we exec 632 right now? While we've got it, because we've got subs that we're holding on to and stuff. If we're all on the same page, ITL.
See, I gotta find out where we are. We did want ITL on this bill, but we wanted to retain on 394. I think they're looking to have some kind of a retain so we can open cooperative school districts. So.
One from anybody? No. Excuse me, Representative?
Are you presenting? We need a pink card.
Okay. We're not going to exec anything anymore, right? So break-
Well, we have one, no, we have one. I was going,
Did you want to try and do that?
is he here?
Greg is here, yes. But Allison's out.
So right after this bill, we will exec, and then those, because we have two over there too.
I don't think this is going to take too long.
No, I know it. Okay, we're going to go ahead with the next hearing that's scheduled for this afternoon. HB 181, 181. This is an act establishing a committee to study school meal programs in New Hampshire's public schools and non-sectarian schools that accept public funds. Representative Horrigan.
So I am indeed, I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan for Stratford County District 10, which is now the, just the town of Durham. And this bill looks pretty familiar. It's been, well, we actually passed it last session, and a committee met chaired by Sue Newman, who's sadly no longer a member of this house. But she's just taking a little, still very much around. It's not bad. She's just doing other things. And so that committee, I think, was fairly successful, and they learned a lot from it. And I don't know, probably won't be that successful. It'll probably be like it may not cover as much ground as it did when Representative Newman was running it. But I think it's still a good idea, still valuable enough. So I presented this bill to you, so you're free to either. So I recommend that you pass it, even if it's not quite as extensive as what Representative Newman did. It would still be a worthwhile exercise because there is a lot of interest in expanding and restructuring school meal programs, especially since during the pandemic years.
You're talking about
What?
Honorable Sue Mullen?
Mullen, did I say Newman? Yes.
Yes, it's Newman.
I humbly apologize, especially since she's very much in here. Yes, Mullen Newman. Thank you for correcting that. I should have written my testimony in advance. But anyway, Representative Sue Mullen chaired it. Representative Sue Newman, I think, also participated in it. So that's and especially of interest since during the pandemic, in most schools here in New Hampshire, all the students got free meals, and that was a very popular. Program. That was obviously made possible just because strange things. We were doing lots of unusual things during the pandemic, and the funding was available. But it's still like I think the importance of school nutrition is being recognized more and more. And this committee would be able to look into more innovative and better ways to reduce school hunger and to meet the nutritional needs of all students. And I apologize about Representative Mullen and Representative Newman. Representative Mullen may be watching on YouTube for all I know. So yes. I'll be in trouble next time I see her, but she'll be nice about it. So that's so I apologize for mixing up the names, but I still think it's a good bill, and so I advise you to pass it. Thank you. Looks like there's a question there.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Representative Horrigan? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. The previous committee that you mentioned was just last term, I believe. What new information do you expect this committee to come up with since it's the previous one was so recent?
Well, there's always new things to be found out. I know, like when we had the bill in this committee, I learned that there were more schools than I thought that weren't part of this school lunch program, and that there'd be startup costs, and so that probably needs to be that's something that could be clarified, how much those startup costs were and how to pay for them. And there's just probably this is So they did a lot of work. I don't think they exhausted the topic for all time or even for a few years. So, and if they can't think of anything to talk about, they're always free to issue a very, very brief report and send it to us in November, or we can extend it till next year. Thanks.
Representative Lekis?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I was on that committee.
Yes, I remember. Thank you.
And yes, we did quite an extensive study, and the committee report at the end was that the recommendation was not to have a further study committee, because it was a study committee to study a study committee.
Yes.
And we decided we were not going, there was no need for further study because we'd already done it. But out of it, many of the bills that we've seen and heard and even voted on already this year came out of that study committee. So I'm curious as to why we need to do it again when we've learned a lot in that and the bills and.
Well, my co-sponsor and I, we just felt there was a need to that at least give you option considering whether you wanted to study some more issues, because I think there are still a few issues left, even though everything you said is 125% correct. So the committee did, you and the rest of the committee worked very hard and covered a lot of ground. It was extremely valuable exercise. So,
Any further
Thanks.
questions? Thank you very much. Do we have any other pink cards? Not seeing any. We'll close this hearing on 181. Representative Myler, where are you guys on that bill? Pardon me?
One which from 632.
No, the one we just did. Yeah, it should be this as well. Yeah, you want to do that 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes. Yeah. Then we can come back and we can maybe talk through about this one and the other one we haven't done.
Good to ask. Maybe that's what he's thinking.
I wonder. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute caucus, 5-10-minute caucus right here now.
Right next to Winnie the Pooh. He said that was good. I had a lot of discussions. It could be. It would have a strange first.
One, this is establishing a committee to study school meal programs in New Hampshire public schools and non-sectarian schools that accept public funds. Need a motion. Yes.
I move ITL.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Representative Lekis and second by Representative Myler, ITL, on 181. Any discussion from anybody on that? Maker?
Yes. As I said during the questioning, we studied this extensively, and what we decided was, our recommendation was no more study committee.
Thank you.
So that's it.
Representative Myler?
Would you like any discussion?
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Paternal.
Yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison. Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Okay. 19-0 vote.
Okay, we have one last bill we're going to do very quickly as well. And that will allow our subs to hit the highway if they want to.
Is that a consent?
Appreciate Representative Howard and Representative Lane and Representative Hill.
Was that a consent one for the round?
That goes on consent.
Okay.
The next bill is 632. This is a bill that deals with the Cooperative School District Budget Committee. Need a motion. Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I would move ITL.
We have a motion made by Representative Cordelli, ITL, second by Representative Myler. That's on 632. Any discussion from the maker of the motion?
No.
From the second?
Okay.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on 632?
The motion is ITL. Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry, yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Paternal.
Yes.
Representative Hill.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yes.
Representative Lane.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
And Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
Vote is 19-0.
The score is 19-0. Good. I love that. Everybody good with consent here? Yes. Thank you very much. As long as the Red Sox are winning, that's fine.
That's good.
Okay, the next bill which we have is the hearing that's scheduled at 1:30. We can't start until 1:30, according to rules of the House. So we're gonna have to lay low here for 20 minutes.
Okay.
So I want to thank the people that, yes, you can. Representative Hill, Representative Lane, Representative Howard, thank you very much for standing in today. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So we're good for 20 minutes.
Wow. And this is done. Would that be a consent one? as well?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they are. Oh, good, yeah. Going to go ahead with the next hearing we have here. It's on 516. HB 516 is relative to freedom of speech and association of public institutions of higher education. I trust everybody's having fun this Friday afternoon. Okay, Representative Popovich Muller, right?
Thank you very much,
Welcome to our
Mr. Chair.
committee.
Thank you. And thank you to all the members of the committee. I normally try to keep my remarks to committees to 1 to 3 minutes. I'm going to ask for a special dispensation for about 5 this time because this is the most important bill that I'll be talking about this year, and I would appreciate your latitude. I need to start by saying that, I was born and raised in a communist country. I'm a naturalized citizen. My mother was a lifelong elementary teacher. She taught kids in 1st through 4th grade. I taught for a living myself for a decade. I served on the Wynn school board. So I'm telling you these things so you understand both my commitment to free speech based on where I'm coming from and my commitment to education and my understanding of those issues. There have been past bills on this topic. This is a very different bill. It's a very clean language. The concerns that were expressed in the previous years, we've made every effort to address them. It is also a bipartisan bill. I don't consider such basic constitutional rights to be a partisan matter. I think we all have an interest in freedom of speech and freedom of association, and I will continue to work on, getting bipartisan support for this bill. Also, for the record, both of my bills that I introduced are bipartisan, and if you look at all my other legislation I co-sponsor, the other co-sponsors go for all Democrat to all Republican with everything in between. I support good ideas regardless of who came up with them. In terms of support, HB 516 continues to have support from FIRE, AFP, and a lot of other organizations, some of which are present in the room, but also for the first time, the support of ACLU. They were unable to commit to speaking here, but they, confirmed to me in writing they supported, and they said they would be signed in favor of the bill. And I think it's important to note the broad support for this bill from organizations all across the spectrum. In terms of legislation, I believe that the best way to pass legislation that will work and serve all of us is to work on it in a cooperative rather than an adversarial manner. So as the prime sponsor for the bill, I spent time and I engaged with CCSNH and UNH. And, regardless of what the outcome of this particular bill is, I will continue to stay in contact and be engaged with them on those matters because they are important. And the good news is that during those meetings, it was clear that we are all committed to respecting the freedom of speech and the freedom of association on campuses, and that the differences that, we may have tend to be over the bill's impact on policies and operations and so on. But we agree on the goals, and that's a really big deal, right? You have a lot of legislation that is opposed because we don't agree with the goals. In here, we are in a better place. One of the questions that was asked was exactly what does this bill do that is not already covered by our policies and our federal constitution and state constitution and so on? A couple of answers, but in a broad term, in the absence of this proposed chapter, 188J, there is a lot of uncertainty over what the boundaries are around freedom of speech and freedom of association, and this bill attempts to describe them properly. One clear area of uncertainty is whether free speech zones are acceptable as a policy. This bill will make it clear that they are not. I do not believe that freedom of speech means anything if you can only exercise it in one corner of the campus, but you cannot do so in the rest of the campus. The other area of legal uncertainty addressed by this bill is what kind of restrictions can we put on student organizations in terms of what is the nature of their beliefs, or can they require that members that join them agree to the organization beliefs, complies with the organization code of conduct and whatnot. The language proposed makes it clear that, we have to allow them to control their membership. We have to allow them to treat them evenly and offer the same, support to all organizations regardless of, their beliefs. And I want to bring up something that I already brought up in one of those meetings. There is a February 10 story by NHPR on, somebody apparently creating secret recordings of a UNH law school meeting. I'm bringing it up because obviously it's public record and, whatever NHBR reported. But it's an example of the pressure that colleges are under in the absence of a legislation, like the proposed statute. In this particular case, NHBR states that the discussion in that meeting was around whether the UNH should adopt an all-comers policy, which I want to make very clear this particular bill would not allow. Think about it this way. To use my town of Windham, our Democratic and Republican town committees restrict their membership to residents registered to their respective parties. Would you suggest that their freedom of association is respected if we would force them to adopt an all-comers policy and let anybody in? Would that be meaningful? Would their associations mean anything if they didn't have the choice to choose who they want to associate with? Same thing. We have a very active climate change group in Windham. Should we allow them to accept anybody in their meetings, regardless of whether those people take climate change seriously or they think it's a hoax? Should the American Legion, we have them on 111, be allowed to, admit people who are known draft evaders? Well, I'm reaching back about 50 years on that one, but the point is that I believe that the freedom to associate is meaningless if we require every association to admit anybody who applies, regardless of what the beliefs of the organization are or whether they are, really trying to be productive in that association or not. So I'd like to consider how much time and effort and money has been spent on fighting these battles, which presumably shouldn't be needed to be spent or fought if we have a clear statute where all the statute does is highlights, the neutrality. We don't want to be the arbiters of this. We want to treat everybody equally. And look, I want to protect the rights of the minorities, of the groups that don't have, the same protections as the, mainstream groups may be. Those are the people who need the most protection, regardless of whether they are on one side or the other of the political spectrum. And one last point, most students do not have the resources or the appetite for a legal challenge or, to even make a formal complaint. They are afraid of repercussions. So we cannot really measure whether, these issues are happening, how extensive those issues are just based on formal complaints or on lawsuits being filed. There is a significant chilling effect going way beyond that. And I want to make it very clear again that I trust the commitment of our public colleges and universities to these goals. I know that they are trying to do their best. I believe that this bill, passing it, will help ensure that they will be able to operate in the most effective way while respecting the freedoms of our students, which, it is their stated goal too. So I'm asking for your support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. And I truly do mean that. Thank you. There's a lot of parts in this bill that I understand and I see the value towards. What I'm asking is a part that I am confused about personally. It's on the last page and line 20. It's the bottom two sections. The first is immunity and the next is severability.
Yep.
And in regards to those sections, do you know or are you aware of a precedent for other chapters within New Hampshire statutes that waive federal constitutional rights in any capacity?
Sorry?
Are you aware of prior precedents for this kind of language where it says to waive immunity under the 11th Amendment, for example, but any other chapters in our RSA that say this that I might not be aware of?
I'm not aware of a particular RSA that has it, but I think the language is necessary because a lot of potential lawsuits would not be able to proceed because of the massive amount of immunity that the state has, and by extension, that extends to organizations run by the state. So if we want to pass a statute that allows people to seek recourse, it has to include their ability to, have their day in court.
Okay. Follow up, please?
Yes, you may.
So do you see the sections that I just pointed out to as in any capacity being in violation of federal statute or federal constitutional rights or the 11th Amendment as noted in the bill?
I believe that there is always the possibility that claims under this bill, would not be, allowed to proceed if this language wasn't present. So I wouldn't have, kept that language if, I felt it was useless. Trust me, just for the record, if you compare this with previous bills, you'll notice how much slimmer it is. We really tried to distill it to the essence of what's needed. So.
Okay, again, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much. Could you tell us a little bit about how 516 addresses the duty of care with respect to all individuals on a college campus?
I would appreciate if you'd clarify the question, because obviously the part of the duty of care that I would, consider when talking about 516 is, the duty of protecting their rights, but I'm sure that there is something else that I'm missing in that question.
Sure, no, happy to. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I'm really talking about things like campus discourse and respect for all persons on campus, and obviously, violence doesn't belong, on campus in any situation. So I think many campus employees, and my understanding is that we do have representatives from the university system here, do have responsibility to through a duty of care to make sure that people are respected, that discourse, that campus operations are not disrupted, and certainly that violence doesn't break out.
So I really appreciate your clarification, and I can very honestly answer that this protects every legal possible right that the universities have to deliver that duty of care, while at the same time making it clear where the enforcement does need to stop. To be specific, if you look at section 188J2, section Roman numeral 3, and even in Roman numeral 2, if you look at the second part of Roman numeral 2, a public institution of higher education may maintain and enforce reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions applicable to traditional public forums, provided those restrictions are narrowly tailored in service of a significant institutional interest only, right? So all that this is saying is whatever rules you apply, they should be applied to everybody, and they have to be tailored so they are not overall suppressive of speech. It also, you refer to criminal activity, there is language further down, right? In section Roman numeral 3, as long as the person's conduct is not unlawful. And obviously, you cannot be disturbing the peace, you cannot do any kind of criminal activity. Absolutely. Look, I would never want to disrupt the operations, pass a law that disrupts the operations of a campus or prevents them from attending to the safety or just the main educational, mission that they have as universities. This one specifically and explicitly protects their ability to do so. We actually have positive language, not just the absence of language restraining them. We specifically say that they are absolutely allowed to do it to avoid any confusion. And there is a second part of your question that I don't want to skirt around, which is that at some point, when we talk about respecting others and, language that may be offensive, and I think that was part of what you were asking about, that's where we get into clear constitutional issues where universities have consistently lost cases in which they tried to go too far down those paths. So there are clear boundaries that the Supreme Court, has been ruling on. And I believe those are the times when a university needs to focus more on their educational nature and educate their students in what is acceptable and what not, while understanding that not every disrespectful statement may be, avoided. Please also note that this particular legislation pertains to the outdoor areas of the campuses. We are not talking about anything that happens in the buildings. We're just talking about the public forums outside where people traditionally, hold signs and they demonstrate publicly. We are not, in any way covering anything that happens inside the building in that freedom of speech part. Sorry. The statute is about the outdoor areas on that. Now, the freedom of association, that's a different topic, and I don't know if your question was meant to go there. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Firstly, just to quickly clarify up on the immunity provision in here.
Yes.
The 11th Amendment to the Constitution only would prohibit suits by non-citizens of the state of New Hampshire. So would you agree that it's really kind of a minor issue?
I would agree it's a minor issue, but the language is still there because, some students don't necessarily, consider themselves to be a resident of the state, and yet their rights should be protected. So it's not a huge issue, but it is an issue that's large enough that it warrants the inclusion of the language.
Thank you. And I have one other question, if that's all right. When it comes to prohibited behaviors and things that would be regulated by this bill, I see that violence and fighting, I also see that physically blocking is prohibited. But if a university were to allow, for instance, a large number of students into an auditorium that has been reserved for a speaker, and then they were further to allow those students to shout down a speaker, is there any provisions in this bill that would hold them accountable under such circumstances?
I'm trying to think because the intent of the bill is to focus on the outdoor areas. I will say, though, that, what is in common terms referred as a heckler's veto has been consistently ruled to not be acceptable and to be a violation of free speech. And I will also note that there is a large number of times when even law students, and I'm not talking about New Hampshire, I'm thinking about a case from another state, but for the life of me, I cannot remember the exact name of the university. I can find the article and send it to the committee later if needed. There was at least one case where a very prestigious out-of-state law school had a huge number of students who seemed to believe that a heckler's veto was protected somehow and they were not infringing on free speech. But again, the intent of this is to cover it as, much as possible, but most of the focus is again on outdoor areas.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and good afternoon. Thank you for getting some clarity for me. I'm looking on the
I was wrong.
Line 28 of the
Yes.
page 2. It talks about any person wishes. So I was trying to compare initially to the campus community that identified people on the campus, administrators, faculty, staff, those that are associated, and they had invited guests. But under 28, does this mean that any person walking off the street who's not affiliated with that institution of higher learning can hold a protest of some type on that campus?
In a nutshell, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Further questions? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. Just to follow up on that, I was also looking at sections 2 and 3 on page 2, Romans 2 and 3, in that 3 seems to apply to a non-campus community person. But section 2 is for the campus community, and the public institution is allowed to enforce reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions.
Yes.
But would the institution be allowed to enforce reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions also on a non-community member in Roman 3?
I would absolutely believe that all those restrictions apply equally to students or non-students. I mean, at the end of the day, when you look at the language in Roman numeral 2, 188, line 17 through 27 on page 2, it clearly says it may maintain those restrictions. There is nothing in there that says it's only applicable to students or applicable to anybody else. Those restrictions apply to everybody. The language in 3 is merely clarifying that those rights are not reserved to just registered students. They apply to, other community members, but the restrictions would apply, to everybody. And that's part of what we were talking about in some of our discussions with the colleges that, they require permits in certain situations and whatnot. And again, in my read, this would be, as long as those restrictions meet the criteria, they should be allowed to continue enforcing them because they are reasonable and, in alignment with the mission of the institution.
Yes, Paula?
Thank you. Looking over on page 1 and the previous question about someone perhaps giving a talk in an auditorium or other campus building in B under materially and substantially disrupts. It says such protected conduct includes but is not limited to protests in outdoor areas. So would this possibly cover some disruptive behavior inside a campus building for a speech of some sort?
I'm very grateful for the question because, and I don't think you'll hear people say quite often, I realized as soon as I finished answering Representative Belcher's question that I completely misinterpreted my own legislation. How about that? I apologize for that. While the outdoor restrictions are necessary to make sure that we don't have free speech zones and whatnot, the correct answer to your question and the correct answer to Representative Cordelli's question is that, yes, anybody trying to disrupt, the free speech of people under those circumstances, in a campus space reserved for such activity would be a violation of the free speech rights of whoever is that is trying to speak. And again, hecklers' vetoes. I come from a country where freedom of speech is not taken seriously. And we are in such a much better place, but it's still not okay to attempt to silence others, whether it's by not allowing them to speak or by covering their speech with noises that are so loud that in effect you are doing the same thing. So yes, I do appreciate the opportunity to clarify and to correct my previous misstatement, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Representative, I have a question for you. I'm looking at page 2, line 26 and 27, where it reads, "Nothing in this section shall be interpreted as limiting the right of student expression elsewhere on campus." So now I'm looking in the classroom itself. Does this apply to for example, a professor who is limiting discussion or open engagement, open-minded discussion in the classroom?
The intent of that section is to talk about what is allowed in terms of restrictions on the outdoor areas. And the last, nothing in this section shall be interpreted. That is just trying to clarify that the rules that we define in paragraph in 188J2 are strictly applicable to the outside, and we are not talking about those rules being applicable in the indoor parts of the campus. I would say that does not really add anything or remove anything from the ability of the university to, it doesn't add anything to that language does not allow the university to regulate the indoor in a similar manner. But in the past, that has not really been a concern. It's generally the outdoors that, we've seen the potential situations of free speech zones that are concerning. I'm not sure if I correctly understood your question. Could you clarify?
Well, I can try to clarify. There was a recent article in the Wall Street Journal which dealt with the University of North Carolina, where there was issues in history class and other classes where now the trustees have identified they're going to make a new department in which free speech is allowed. That is a concern to me, that we have to go that far in higher ed to ensure that free speech is going to be a primary goal of all of us in the classroom. And I was just hoping that that what you're putting in this bill here, when you say elsewhere on campus, of course, buildings are elsewhere on campus. Is this applicable to a professor shutting down discussion in a classroom? Perhaps that discussion doesn't parallel that professor's perspective.
It is not the intent of this paragraph to be applicable in that area. I'm also very comfortable right now with the way the universities are handling those issues in the classroom. If there are issues in the classroom that need to be addressed, I'm not aware of them right now, but no, this is the language in 188J2, paragraph 2, is about what are the reasonable restrictions on the outdoor areas, and it speaks just to that. It does not speak to, anything that happens indoors.
Thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. This is not a new issue before this committee. As I recall, 4 years ago, a similar issue came before the committee, and I believe the group by the name of FIRE was here, and they basically indicated that there was a problem in our our state higher ed schools about this. And the institution listened to what that was said. The same issue came before us 2 years ago. And FIRE was here to basically said the institutions have complied with their concerns. So my question to you, Representative Popovich, is what is your intent, if you could summarize for this committee, your intent of this bill, please?
Of course. Allow me, if I may, to quickly acknowledge the points that you made. You are absolutely correct. The overall respect for free speech and freedom of association has been going in the right direction, and I do trust the commitment of our public colleges and universities to, continue to do that. This being said, the intent of this bill is to ensure that if there is ever a time when institutions, feel that it would be appropriate to reverse that trend, they are given very clear guidelines on what is and what is not acceptable. And it is also intended to clarify for everybody on campus what the ground rules are in terms of free speech. One of the reasons why this is still a heated debate is that people can interpret the Constitution in different ways. Certain things that may have been ruled constitutional by the courts are things that we don't think are a good idea. And again, I will offer the free speech zone as a practice that has been documented in many places outside of, New Hampshire, that courts have ruled is constitutional. So this is intended to clearly explain what the boundaries are on free speech and freedom of association, notwithstanding, and this has nothing to do with, doubting the commitment of the universities to do the best they can. It's a recognition that we are all best off when this is clearly defined in statute. And also, by defining it into statute, a lot of this fighting will be decreased because there will be clear things that students cannot pressure the administration to fight for. I mean, this whole discussion about whether clubs should be, open, membership or not, it's a gray area. And we want to clarify that and make clear that that is not acceptable. This will prevent, hopefully student associations for asking for stuff that clearly violates established statute. While right now, because it is only set in policy, a lot of groups are trying to pressure the universities to change those policies. And all that time and effort, frankly, should be spent, on better topics.
Follow up, please.
Yes, you may.
Just a follow-up. Are there any recent incidences that caused you to bring this before this committee?
Frankly, given the number of people that are lined up behind me to testify, I'm going to leave the specific incidents to them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wondering if because you talked a little bit about freedom of association, earlier, and I was wondering how you feel about colleges having, a unique academic mission and core values that may be distinct from other institutions, and whether or not those that mission and those core values should be protected. And I'm particularly asking this with reference to the bottom of page 2, spilling over to the top of page 3, where you talk about Roman 1, 2, and 3, and I'm just looking at 2, while looking at 1, which is core values, mission, and also number 2. And these are things where the leaders would not be able to protect compliance with an organization's standards of conduct or core values.
There is a huge distinction between what a private entity can do and what a public entity can do. And I believe that when we have a public college, which is an extension of the state government, we have a much higher burden on the institution to protect the constitutional rights of its students, where private institutions, which by the way are specifically left out of this, may have much more freedom in saying we can enforce much tighter rules. Because we are, a part of the government, we have a much higher standard in, being able to impose those kinds of restrictions. So in a sense, we have a higher burden, and that may limit us from providing certain policies that private institutions may decide are applicable for them. But because of who we are, we have, this level of commitment to freedom of speech and freedom of association.
Further questions from the committee?
Mr. Chair, I'd appreciate too when the university system testifies that they can address some of those comments too.
Well,
Thank you.
Well, when they come up.
Right. Terrific. Thank you.
Further questions of the representative? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Bob Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And I promise I won't try to bug out early this time. I don't. My name is Bob Wynn. I'm a representative from Wyndham, and I appear here in support of this legislation. I guess I would like to say a couple of things. First of all, I think Representative Popovici-Muller, I think he covered the area and the important things very well, and I don't have a tremendous amount to add. But what I would add is I think that unlike, and I had some involvement last time in another bill that was sort of somewhat like this, and to be honest with you, I don't even remember what the result of that. I mean, it obviously didn't pass, but I think that there were some concerns about the constitutionality of at least some parts of that earlier bill. From my review of this, I really don't think that there's a constitutional issue here with anything that's been proposed here. I don't think anything in this would be unconstitutional, and I think it does add it does supplement the Constitution by providing, at least in some areas, additional protection. As Representative Popovici-Muller indicated, there are apparently some cases around the country that say that you can have a free speech zone, however limited, somewhere on campus, and that's sufficient to satisfy the requirement of providing alternative places for speech. It's you can't help thinking that's sort of like saying the dog pound is over here, and if you are one of those disreputable people that wants to engage in free speech, then you can go to the dog pound. This says no, you can't do that kind of thing, and so I think it serves an important purpose. And I think it is a worthwhile bill. And there was one point that I wanted to reference. I think Representative Belcher, you had raised a question about the 11th Amendment immunity. And, it's true, if you read the 11th Amendment, it appears to say only that it bars suit in federal courts by citizens of one state against another state. But almost from the beginning, after the 11th Amendment was adopted, the U.S. Supreme Court has interpreted it to mean it's not just citizens of another state. It's you can't sue your own state in federal court unless there's been some waiver of immunity. So I think, do you absolutely have to have the 11th Amendment waiver in here? No. I suppose even without the 11th Amendment waiver, the second sentence of Section J6, which says, a public institution of higher education that violates this chapter shall not be immune from suit or liability for the violation. That, by having that sentence alone, if you took the first sentence out, that would allow suit to be brought in state court against, the University of New Hampshire, as an example. But I do think that having the first sentence in there serves a useful purpose, because it basically says if someone wants to bring a suit in federal court that would otherwise be barred by the 11th Amendment, the state of New Hampshire has waived the 11th Amendment for purposes of these suits, and I think that serves a useful function. So that's why I support it.
Thank you.
I'm happy to take questions.
I have one question for you. Maybe you help me understand this. At one point, it gives us a definition in this of student organization on page 2. Then on the last page, on line 7, it says any person or student association aggrieved by a violation may do this, 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 and this. Is student association and student organization the same thing?
No, that's really a good catch. I would say yes, that it's meant, but there's a principle in the law that says if the legislature meant the same thing, they would use the same word, and if they didn't, they must have meant something else. So that might be, it might be worthwhile there for this committee, in its wisdom, to change that so that the word is the same, so that you use the same word in both places, so that you prevent that argument from being made. If you don't make, that's a really good catch. If you don't make that kind of change, somewhere down the road, some lawyer will say, oh, no, wait a minute. They said organization on page 2 and association on page 3, and there must be some difference. So I think that would make sense to make those things consistent.
It's good to hear it from a judge. Okay, further questions, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for clarifying my questions regarding the 11th Amendment and the waiver of immunity. However, I am still hung up on the part that comes after that. Could you tell me if I'm interpreting this correctly? Where it says, the very last paragraph, if any provision is held to be unconstitutional, the application of the provision to any other person or circumstance shall not be affected. Is that to mean that if something is found to be unconstitutional to one person, but it's constitutional to the next person? Is that what this is saying?
Yeah, you know what? This is language that has actually become somewhat standard in legislation, not just in New Hampshire, but around the country. And the idea is there's a doctrine in the law that sometimes if a court says that, in some lawsuit, this statute is unconstitutional, depending on the circumstances, they might say that it's sort of for lack of a better term, facially unconstitutional. It can never be applied as to anyone. And as opposed to the court saying, this statute is unconstitutional as applied to this plaintiff in this case, but it's not, you know, we don't address whether it's constitutional anywhere else. And what this is designed to say is to send a signal to the court. The legislature intends you, court, to apply this only to individual cases. So if you think that in some particular case the statute's unconstitutional, okay, then you rule that it's unconstitutional as to that case. But our intent, the legislature, is to have it, is to not have you say it's always unconstitutional. It's basically to say, you know, if there's another case that comes up, you decide afresh whether it's constitutional in that context or not. That's kind of what it's designed to do. Because sometimes the courts have said, well, you know, without this, for example, if there's this language were not in there, well, we think that, you know, the legislature probably wouldn't have wanted, if the legislature had known that this statute was unconstitutional as to this case, it wouldn't have wanted the statute to exist at all. So we're going to say it's unconstitutional as to every case.
Okay.
This language is designed to say, don't do that, court.
All right. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. In a recent case in, thank you. In a recent case in Pennsylvania, a faculty member is said, now I was not there, so I'm going on news and personal accounts from former colleagues, was alleged to have asserted in a classroom that there are more than two genders of human beings. A student objected to the statement based on religious grounds and other claims. I don't know what they were. And there developed a dispute between the faculty member and the student in class. At some point, the student was ejected from the class in some process, protested. Unfortunately, it was a class required for graduation, which was the next semester. And it became an entire dispute over truth for one person and truth for another person. The student was ejected, suspended from the school. That position was then reversed later, and the student was allowed to somehow graduate. How would that kind of a case be addressed by this kind of a bill?
I don't think that this bill particularly, I mean, the issue, and I think Representative Ladd, one of your questions to Representative Putz-Virgie-Muller kind of raised this issue too. I think one of the things, this statute doesn't really deal with the issue, and it's a complicated issue of the faculty member who is a state employee and what the faculty member can or cannot say, and you know what may result from what the faculty member says. Because on the one hand, you do have a doctrine, you know, of sort of academic freedom that the professors should be allowed to, you know, to explore and shouldn't be restricted in, you know, curtailed in like their academic pursuits. That you have that, and that's, and on the one hand, that's an important doctrine. On the other hand, you have the fact that the professor is an employee of the state, is being paid by the state. And just to give you an obvious example, suppose a professor is hired, you know, to teach in the math department. I think the state can properly say, if the professor decides, you know, today I really want to talk about history, I'm gonna give you, you know, we're gonna have a lecture on history, that the state can say, wait a minute, you know, that's not what we're paying you for. You want to talk about history? Do it on your own time. Get the students out, you know, after class or whatever, talk about it. But we're paying you to be a math teacher. You can't be a history teacher. Now, you know, that's at one extreme. On the other extreme, if the teacher is talking about history and is expressing, you know, an offhand personal view on something, is that, you know, is that somehow a violation of the professor's job description? And that it can become very, you know, it can become very complicated depending on the circumstances.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just to return to something I'd asked earlier, would you agree that this, the language in this creates a right of action if a college were to allow a speaker to be shouted down? And if so, can you tell me where the language might be? Because I'm having a hard time finding specific language that would address a situation like that.
I think it would. I mean, it would. I guess it would sort of depend on the particular circumstances. But for example, let's suppose you had a situation where, the college's routine practice was whenever they did not try to restrict controversial speakers from coming on campus, and they, when they knew that something was likely to be controversial, they'd make sure they had enough security people around. But, for this particular speaker of a particular political persuasion, they didn't have any security that day. All the campus police decided to take vacation that day or whatever. Sure, I think that, and if they're developed as a result of that, somebody couldn't speak, or there turned out to be, a riot in effect. I think yes, there might very well be a basis for liability.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Luna, and then Representative Lane.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Are you aware that that the language in here appears to be ALEC model legislation?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Representative Lynn, for taking my question. And I probably should have asked this of the other speaker, but why is this only applicable to public schools and not private schools as well?
Well, because the state action issue. In other words, if something is not a state institution, I think there's a much bigger question about what's the legislature's authority to regulate it. I'm not saying that there isn't any, but I'm just saying it becomes a more complicated issue. And I think Representative Popovici-Muller may have touched on this a little bit, but I know in discussions I've had with him, I mean, one of the things that we focused on is we think this is important. Protecting the First Amendment is really important. But let's not try to go into an area that maybe is beyond or at least would raise questions as to the legislature's authority to do that. And I would, just to give you an example, in my committee, we had a proposal, legislation was proposed for us to, on a state level, to regulate what Google and Twitter and all that can do, and there was a real question about the First Amendment implications of, do we have the right to do that? So I think that's the issue here with regard to private institutions.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and thank you for taking my question. On page 2, lines 34 and 35, it talks about ways that public institutions are not, let me just read it here. Nothing in this section shall be interpreted as preventing public institutions of higher education from prohibiting, limiting, or restricting expression that the First Amendment does not protect, such as, and these are the words, true threats, expression directed to provoke imminent lawless actions, and likely to produce it. Are those legal terms? How do you determine what is a true threat or the expression? Up above, the harassment is defined, but those two are not.
Well, I think the short answer is yes, they are. I mean, those are terms that have been used repeatedly in court cases, including Supreme Court cases. Those kind of things that the First Amendment doesn't there are certain things the First Amendment doesn't protect. And, you know, the classic example is you can't yell fire in a crowded theater if there's really no fire. You just can't, you know, just then start a stampede. And there are other things. Obscenity is another example. But and I think so. I think this tries to capture that, and I think it's important to define harassment, because I think one of the things that has been a real issue, I think, lately is, you know, the whole idea of sort of hate speech, quote unquote hate speech, being in some circles that the thought is that hate speech is not protected by the First Amendment, which I think is really problematic, because often what it really means is hate speech is when you say something that I disagree with really strongly. That's hate speech, and that's a real, you know, that's a real problem. I think a real problem to allow government to do that kind of thing. I think one of the things that I would remind you of is, remember back not that long ago, 1977, when the American Nazi Party wanted to have a demonstration in Skokie, Illinois, and which is a, you know, heavily Jewish suburb of Chicago, and the Supreme Court said, "Yep, they can," and the ACLU supported them. I happen to think that the Supreme Court made the right decision there, even though, you know, the idea of the Nazi Party turns my stomach, and I'm sure it does all of yours. But I think we have to be careful that we don't slip away from that. However offensive we might think some particular view is, that doesn't make it, you know, violence, or the threat of violence. There has to actually be some threat of violence for something to become not covered by the First Amendment. And so I think the harassment definition, which says it's not just somebody made some really offensive comment. It's got to be something that really meets the definition that the student, you know, it's so severe, pervasive, and subjectively and objectively offensive that the student is denied equal access to educational opportunities. If it's something less than that, then it doesn't qualify, and you can't stop it.
Representative Balboni, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just a follow-up. Just back to what you're claiming about the harassment. Who determines that? I mean, who makes the final decision on what constitutes harassment?
Well, I guess, I mean, if it was a lawsuit, I think it would end up being the court that would decide that. And if there were factual issues about what happened, maybe a jury would decide. But you know, if the facts were not in dispute, then a court, I think, would ultimately have to decide that.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Greg Gonzalez? Are you representing Fire?
I am. Thank you, Chairman Ladd, Vice Chairman Cordelli, and members of the committee. My name is Greg Gonzalez, and I'm a legislative counsel for the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, also known as FIRE. FIRE is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting free speech and due process rights of students and faculty at our nation's institutions of higher education. Throughout its over 20-year history, FIRE has defended students and faculty on all parts of the political spectrum. We have also advocated for campus free speech legislation in state houses across the country. I'm here in support of HB 516. This bill guarantees crucial First Amendment protections at New Hampshire's institutions of higher education. First, the bill would designate outdoor areas of campus as public forums. This would effectively ban so-called free speech zones. These are often small, remote areas that impermissibly quarantine expressive activity to isolated corners of campus. Over 20 states have already enacted laws to ban so-called free speech zones. Further, the bill helpfully and carefully defines the line between constitutionally protected protest and unprotected hecklers' vetoes. New Hampshire's public institutions of higher education have maintained policies in the past that have severely limited student speech rights. For instance, the University of New Hampshire had a policy in the past that required student organizations to get their flyers and pamphlets they sought to distribute pre-approved by the campus police chief. That blatantly unconstitutional policy was on the books for some time. Thankfully, after working with Fire to revise such policies, the University of New Hampshire now receives Fire's highest green light speech code rating, meaning it has no speech codes that seriously imperil free speech rights. I'm also happy to note that UNH ranked 16th out of 203 colleges in Fire's 2022 college free speech rankings. Now is the time to statutorily lock in these speech protective policies. The bill also attempts to protect students from overbroad harassment codes, which are the most common forms of speech restriction on college campuses. The bill does this by adopting the speech protective definition of student-on-student harassment set forth by the United States Supreme Court in Davis versus Monroe County Board of Education. Fire urges the passage of this bill, and as always, Fire is open to working with universities on these policies to ensure they protect expressive rights and pass constitutional muster. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Tim Chevalier.
Good afternoon. I have a written copy of my testimony as well that I'll pass around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Chevalier. I'm a New Hampshire citizen and a local attorney, and I'm a member of the Christian Legal Society. I speak today on its behalf in support of House Bill 516, and I respectfully request that the letter to Chairman Ladd from the Christian Legal Society and its attachments be included in the record. The Christian Legal Society is an association of Christian attorneys, law students, and law professors with student chapters at approximately 121 law schools nationwide. CLS student chapters typically are small groups of students who meet for weekly prayer, Bible study, and worship at a time and place convenient for the students. All students are welcome to participate in meetings as chapter members. As Christian groups have done for nearly 2 millennia, CLS requires its chapter leaders to agree with a statement of faith, the traditional Christian beliefs that define CLS's message and mission. House Bill 516 is a common sense measure that would protect students who wish to meet on college campuses in New Hampshire for religious, political, or ideological speech. I will focus my remarks on religious students' need for protection that House Bill 516 would provide. Specifically, Section 118-J3 is intended to protect religious students who want to meet on a public college campus by prohibiting college administrators from denying them meeting space because a religious student association requires leaders or members to adhere to the association's sincerely held religious beliefs, comply with the association's sincere religious standards of conduct, or be committed to furthering the association's religious mission. Too often, CLS has seen college administrators threaten to exclude religious groups because the groups require their leaders to share the group's core religious beliefs. The need for this bill was demonstrated just this year when the Student Bar Association at the University of New Hampshire School of Law threatened to deny recognition to the Christian Legal Society law student chapter there. The University of New Hampshire website lists 327 student organizations. The law school website lists 28 student organizations from across the spectrum. But last fall, at a public hearing, the SBA threatened to deny the CLS's request for recognition because they claimed that the requirements that its leaders agree with its religious beliefs violated the school's diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. The CLS student leaders were subjected to inquisition by the SBA into their religious beliefs. The SBA made clear their hostility to these beliefs. To defend the students, CLS sent a letter to university administrators explaining that failure to recognize the chapter was unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination. The administration agreed, and they directed the SBA to recognize CLS, which it did. But CLS remains concerned that the student chapter may face similar attacks next fall when it reapplies for recognition. If this bill were the law, the student chapter would not have to worry. The law would be clearer, the recognition process shorter and less dramatic. Of course, common sense and basic religious freedom for a religious association to expect its leaders to agree with the association's religious beliefs. It should be common ground that government officials, including college administrators, should not interfere with their religious beliefs, practices, standards of conduct, or mission of religious associations. That's basic separation of church and state. Furthermore, please note that the bill allows public colleges to adopt whatever policy they wish. It only requires that their policies be applied in a way that ensures that religious student groups are not excluded from campus because of their speech, including a requirement their leaders should agree with their beliefs. This bill also conserves scarce taxpayer dollars by preventing costly litigation. As mentioned earlier, the uncertainty in the law. There's an example here from the University of Iowa where they had to pay $500,000 attorney's fees after a dispute in this area. And the Federal Court of Appeals found that university officials could be personally liable to students for damages as well. So this bill protects college administrators as well as college students. Finally, by passing this bill, New Hampshire would join the expanding list of 17 states that have enacted similar protections for religious or belief-based student groups. Thank you for your consideration, and please pass House Bill 516.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite the University System of New Hampshire, Chad Pimentel.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify on HB 516. I offer this testimony on behalf of the University System of New Hampshire, its Board of Trustees, and its component institutions, the University of New Hampshire, Keene State College, and Plymouth State University. USNH is committed to ensuring all students, employees, and members of the public fully enjoy the rights to free speech, assembly, and association, guaranteed by the First Amendment to the United States Constitution in Articles 2, 4, 5, and 22 of the New Hampshire State Constitution. Each UNSNH institution has policies fully compliant with each of those provisions and a substantial body of case law decided under them. These policies recognize the centrality of the First Amendment to campus life. See, for instance, the UNH policy on outside speakers, which states that the basis underlying the policy is, quote, the Bill of Rights in the United States Constitution, the rights of freedom to speech and peaceable assembly are to be fully protected, end quote. As was mentioned by an earlier commenter, each of our institutions has earned a green light rating from the Foundation for Individual Rights and Education for free speech policies that appropriately balance the educational missions of our institutions with opportunities for the free and robust exchange of ideas. Of the 647 colleges and universities given a green, yellow, red, or blue light rating by fire this year, only 60, approximately 1 in 10, were awarded a green light. 3 of those institutions were UNH Durham, Plymouth State, and Keene State. This demonstrates that HB 516 is not necessary because existing campus policies and practices already comply with the extensive body of federal and state constitutional law on these issues. Enacting a new state law is likely to cause confusion and ambiguity. And I'll depart from my prepared remarks here just to note, I think we've already seen here today some of that confusion and ambiguity about to the extent this bill would or would not apply to indoor events or classroom instruction, or maybe most importantly, how it would or would not change our ability to handle disruption caused by folks from outside our community. And however much confusion or ambiguity you're looking for angles there are in here, I promise you that the plaintiff's bar is going to be even better at finding them. This new law would replace that existing well-developed body of law, which is rooted directly in the First Amendment, with new language whose requirements and limits cannot be known with certainty. Ambiguity invariably leads to lawsuits and the waste of the limited public resources appropriated for the provision of higher education in New Hampshire. Permitting processes for our outdoor assemblies at each of our institutions establish reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions and are administered in a viewpoint neutral way. The processes work well and are responsive to the unique challenges of ensuring safety on each campus. The historical lack of legal challenges to these outdoor event policies shows that the existing procedures work and are flexible enough to address the myriad of events that occur on campuses. As an example, at UNH, current policies allow for spontaneous student gatherings of less than 25 people without a permit, provided the event or assembly does not disrupt normal operations. Students are also allowed to distribute literature and/or solicit contributions on an individual basis at any time without a permit. The permitting process for larger events ensures that public safety and facilities management considerations can be addressed in advance, and individuals or organizations can be held accountable for things like property damage and cleanup of litter. The applications are evaluated based on specified criteria that are viewpoint neutral and provide an appeal process in the event of a denial. HB 516 would impose additional financial and administrative burdens on USNH institutions, particularly by increasing the need for campus safety officers, at a time when every effort is being made to reduce overhead and costs in order to keep tuition down. In addition, HB 516, if passed, will provide plaintiffs and their lawyers incentives in the form of both potential financial penalties and the promise of attorney's fees for suing USNH institutions. This would increase the costs incurred by USNH in defending litigation, even though our policies are in full compliance with the First Amendment. For these reasons, USNH respectfully urges the committee to vote HB 516 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for the opportunity to offer this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions if folks have them.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the university system? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I have two questions. In a previous testimony, there was an indication that there was a problem at UNH Law with the Christian community. Has that, question one, has that been resolved?
Yes, as I believe the speaker mentioned, the administration noted the issue and the COS has been recognized.
Okay. Secondly, Representative Wynn talked about a dog pound for free speech zones. Do you have a dog pound at UNH, and if so, where is it?
Not to my knowledge, Representative.
So you don't have a designated place?
No, so we don't have a dog pound. No, so UNH, the institutions differ slightly on this. The campus community is allowed, as I mentioned here for UNH, small gatherings don't require any permit, can take place essentially any place on campus already. Some of the campuses go above and beyond for people outside the community and establish areas where people from outside the community can come and speak on matters of public importance. They are centrally located at Keene State. It's on Oya Hill, which is the highest point on campus. There are multiple such places at Plymouth State. And again, so that those are going above and beyond what we're required to do in terms of allowing folks from outside the community to come and speak without prior permitting.
Thank you. Just one follow-up, please.
Yes.
Has the university system had any complaints or legal issues brought before them as it relates to free speech in the last 2 years?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you very much.
Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I see here, and you've pointed to the fact that your institutions have improved to earning a green light rating from fire, and certainly that's commendable. But in the time that has improved, there has not been, to my belief, a presidential election cycle. In past cycles, such as the last one, I had looked forward to hearing from a conservative commentator by the name of Dave Rubin at one of these events. And instead of hearing from him, students were allowed to shout him down. Despite security presence, the security was ordered not to do anything about this, and the event wound up not being able to go forward. So I'd ask, without something such as this on the books, what assurances can we have that in the next presidential election cycle, this won't recur?
So I think my first response would be, as noted earlier, it's not entirely clear what effect this bill would have on an indoor event such as the one I think you're describing. I don't know whether it was indoors or outdoors, but I'm getting the sense that it was indoors. So the answer very specifically to this bill is I don't know, and you'll hear this a lot in my testimony, is I'm not sure in a lot of instances what the effect of the passage of this bill would be on our operations, and that's the source of a lot of our concerns.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Leno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Pimentel, for joining us this afternoon. Could you talk a little bit about UNH's policies, or maybe university systems policies, as it relates to events that might be designed to intimidate or disrespect certain groups of students?
So each of our campuses has anti-discrimination policies. The extent to which a given event does or does not violate those policies is very fact specific, and so it's difficult to speak in the abstract. I think one of the real foremost challenges facing not just USNH but all higher ed institutions right now, certainly public ones, is the push and pull between respecting the need for free speech and the value of free speech, and trying to foster a campus climate where everyone feels comfortable volunteering their opinion. And I don't know that any institution has gotten it exactly right yet. We are pleased with the way that we are striking that balance right now, and any additional change that might come legislatively that could affect that balance we find it difficult to predict the effect that would have on our campuses.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is there a potential conflict, I guess, between what you have as those current policies, those current anti-discrimination, non-discrimination policies, and maybe what a consequence of some of the provisions in 516 might be?
We would have to go back institution by institution and review each policy against it in the event that this bill or something like it passed. Again, I apologize for circling back to this. Part of the answer is I just don't know, because as was noted earlier in response to Representative Balboni's question, ultimately, a lot of these questions would have to be answered by a court as to what sort of conduct rose to the level of harassment, and the university system would be forced to pay for the privilege of finding out in litigation.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question. This bill carries a fiscal note, or at least there's several pages dealing with that. And according to the community college system of New Hampshire and the university system of New Hampshire, you're unable to determine costs that might be associated with this. Since this has been filed, has there been any more work done on this to try to determine what the costs might be?
There has been more work done, but we're not really any closer to having something we could present to the committee in sort of good faith, because a lot of it will depend on the extent to which particularly outside folks come onto our campuses and have large demonstrations that will require additional campus safety response, may require additional cleanup costs and that sort of thing. So it's, at the end of the day, we aren't fully in control of what the cost would be, because it would be responding to outside forces on that.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon, and thank you for taking my question. You referred to Representative Miller's question. He was talking about the last 2 years, the history at the campus, and the green light piece. My question is two parts. This particular piece of legislation, or proposed legislation, deals with campus activities outside. My question to you then is, one, and I'm not sure the answer, I wouldn't ask it. I'm trying to set you up here. Does green light involve inside and outside evaluations of facilities, or just outside? It's question one. And
okay, we can do both
two, before the chairman shuts me off, has there been any issues inside as relative to public free speech?
So my understanding of the green light reading, and if I misrepresent, then maybe the fire gentleman will come tap me on the back, is that it is an overall rating of free speech, of policies touching on free speech issues across different areas. Okay. So one would be, is your anti-harassment policy sufficiently specific and limited? One would be, what is your outside policy on outside speakers? What is your policy on outside events? Okay. And you average all those together and they generate a rating.
Okay. Thank you. And the second part about, if I may?
Quickly.
Thank you, sir. The second part about, has there been any incidents and the university systems of the three there, and inside in the last 2 years of problems?
I'm not aware of anything that's risen to the level of a lawsuit, certainly. There's active discussion about these issues all the time on campus, so I hesitate to say there's never been a dispute, but there's not been a filing that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on your question as far as expenses are concerned with ensuring free speech access and whatnot. And to that effect, I wanted to ask, do you know what the current state is of the endowment of the University of New Hampshire?
Embarrassingly, I have to say that I don't.
That's beyond where we're going with this bill. We can get that figure. I'm a trustee of the university system. I can get that figure for you, but I don't see how it relates necessarily to this bill.
Well, just in terms of cost.
Oh.
I will say that the largest source of funding for the university system is the tuition dollars of our students.
Yeah. Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Brian, M-U-H? Mew. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you for having me. My name is Brian Mew. I grew up in New Hampshire, in Littleton, New Hampshire. Went to the University of New Hampshire and married a girl from New Hampshire, and everyone knew that we would wind up back in New Hampshire before I wound up back in Pennsylvania. But I'm back now, and I'm a campus staff minister with InterVarsity Christian Fellowship at the University of New Hampshire. The section of this bill that particularly applies to the students that we work with is 188J3. And as you heard the story of the Christian Legal Society, that is also a concern for us. So one of the things that student religious groups do is they offer a place on campus for people who have that same religious tradition. And so it's important that the leaders, the student leaders of those organizations, share those same values as well. So every year we do go through a re-recognition process. And so it is, it's good for our organizations. It's good for our students to be able to say, yes, we know that we can actually have students who are practicing our faith, and that's true across any faith. So we happen to be a Christian organization, but the same token, to have our Muslim student organization say, yes, we want you to have a Muslim faith. Jewish organizations, the same kind of thing. If you have an atheist, a humanist student organization, you want them to also share those values as well. So that becomes our interest, and that enables us to then serve the campus well. We would love it if everyone would be a member, and so we have no membership restrictions as in our Constitution, but we do want to see leaders be able to say, yes, I subscribe to this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you heard the testimony before from the university regarding the ability to have 25 groups of 25, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had any problems in your faith-based organization in being able to participate on campus?
We have not had any problems at the University System in New Hampshire, no.
Thank you very much.
Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do any of the student religious associations at University of New Hampshire receive funding from the university in order to operate?
Yes. So as a student organization, there is equal access to student organization funding. And that is determined by the Student Activities Committee.
Follow up on that?
Yeah.
So thank you. And are any of them are some of them not funded? And if so, what would be the reason for that?
So as part of being a recognized student organization, recognized student organizations do have access to student activity fee funding. So if you had an unrecognized student group, they are not recognized. And recognition is really the idea that by having students, by asking student leaders subscribe to the faith represented by the student organization, the mission of that student organization, the idea that you would then be unrecognized by having that requirement is that would be the challenge, and that would limit access to religious community on campus.
And I think related to this, with the bill on very bottom of page 2 and top of page 3, I know you don't have it in front of you right now, where it says, basically says to the effect, no public institution of higher education shall deny religious, political, or ideological student organization any benefit or privilege available to any other student organizations. Would that change would that be a change from the policy you just talked about?
So that would codify the current policies that are in place.
That you'd have to be a recognized.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Representative Ellen Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, Newmarket, and Newfields, and I'm going to speak very broadly because I'm not a lawyer, nor am I an education expert, although I have adjunct taught for many semesters American government and community college, so that's kind of the level I'll come to this in. And I guess I want to answer the question why a self-described far leftist, agnostic, atheist, secular person such as myself might show up in support for something that I think probably unjustly may have gotten a reputation for being right-leaning. And that's because free speech isn't a right-leaning concept. And historically, in fact, if you want to conjure images of students protesting the Vietnam War or fighting for women's rights or fighting for civil rights, it has been, I think, alternating left or right, and that's because it's an issue of fairness. It's an issue of making sure that one particular side doesn't have the power to suppress the other. And I would also argue, just on a personal level, as someone who teaches American government, that when our founders put this in our the first set of amendments known as the Bill of Rights, that it was radically leftist according to traditional Lockean definitions of what that is. So the reason that this is super important is because if you have in place an ability to censor people, then now it's up to the whims of whoever happens to get into power. So I was going to wait to address issues that were brought up, but I wanted to bring up why if there's no problems, why do we do this? I'm glad there's no problems, super glad that there's no problems right now. But if you wait until there are problems, then it's too late. Because if the systems exist to allow suppression, then whoever gets in power are able to use those systems. This is how I teach my students. I say that the Constitution is like the rules in a box of Monopoly, right? You follow the rules, and as long as we're following the rules, people seem okay no matter who wins or loses, because everybody played according to the rules. But if somebody just overturns the game and just breaks all the rules, then you're going to get anger. Right? Because I think that we are experiencing so much divisiveness in our country. And I think a lot of times people talk about, well, it's the right versus the left. It's, these ideas, it's because they disagree. I don't think it's because that the sides disagree that we have so much bitterness. The marketplace of ideas is important, which is why we need protection of free speech. I think it's the lack of good faith engagement, the idea that we don't trust the other side to play by the rules, to play by that monopoly rule set that came with our country, right? The Constitution. We don't trust the other side. We think they're going to cheat, for lack of a better word. And that's what causes the bitterness. And so I think it's really important that I, being on the other side of so many of the sponsors of this bill, come forward in good faith to say, yeah, actually, it's a good idea to protect free speech, even if in this particular situation it might be impacting you more, but that means later, maybe you'll listen to me. I am a very strong believer on voting on issues, voting on bills as a legislator based on the merits of the bill and not based on personality or party. But I'm not so naive to think that we are not flawed human beings that sometimes give into unconscious biases against people we see to be on the other side. So I wanted to very expressly show my face here today, because this is not a partisan issue. It's a partisan issue in a particular moment, but then it becomes the other side's issue. So let's see, I think I'm about done. Just a couple issues that were brought up. So the outdoor versus indoor, I want to point out again that the second page, line 13, this is Roman numeral 1, that covers all areas, including indoor. In fact, it says all forms, including guest speakers and what have you. So that includes indoor. Section 2 is what specifically relates to outdoor, so indoor is covered there. The shouting down of a speaker, that is covered. The definition on the first page of 3, materially and substantially disrupts, means when a person with the intent to or knowledge of doing so significantly hinders another person or group's expressive activity which occurs in a campus space reserved for such activity under the exclusive use or control of that particular person or group, prevents the communication of the message, prevents the transaction of the business or lawful meeting, gathering, or procession by, etc. That is specifically for if the university has said this person's allowed to speak, you don't get to disrupt the university's proceedings. And that's the definition, but that definition is referenced in section Roman numeral 2 on the second page, where it's talking about reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions applicable to traditional public forums in service of a significant institutional interest. So again, if an institution has brought a speaker on, the students can't disrupt that. And then down in Roman numeral 3, materially and substantially disrupt the functioning of the public institution of higher education. So again, no, you can't shout down. This would not protect the shouting down of a guest speaker. One other thing I heard is that we're so compliant, and then I heard in the same testimony that we're worried about lawsuits. Well, I don't understand. If we're so compliant, why are we worried about what's going to happen? If we're doing good, then we're doing good. And I don't see any reason to worry about passing this. So again, I don't think I can necessarily help on the details. I think there are much better legal minds in the room than myself, but what I haven't heard from the committee is an objection to the concept of protecting free speech. So I ask that if you are able to find little holes that you can poke in this and you think a word or two can be changed, that you do the good faith effort to actually make those changes and not just kind of use it as an excuse to get rid of it. And I'll try to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and really thank you for your testimony and to bring bipartisan legislation forward. That's really important. I'm directing my question to you because you mentioned that you taught government.
Yeah.
And a lot of these speakers that come to campus, they might be associated with a political party, but regardless, do you believe that if they have exposure to whatever political party, it really doesn't matter, it would help them have a better understanding of government and what would be taught in your class just to be exposed to that?
So just anecdotally, again, I've already outed myself, not that it was a secret, being a far leftist, but I very specifically on the first day of every semester tell my students exactly who I am, the founder of the Progressive Caucus, yada, 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 yada. And I say, and if you think I'm being biased at any point, call me out. Engage with me. And every single semester I will have, and apologies if this is offensive, I will have a Trump supporting student, and they are almost always universally some of my favorite students because I get to engage in arguments with them and they engage back. But secondly, I've had 3 separate Trump supporting students that I didn't change their mind by the end of it, but they told me that I was their favorite teacher at the school. So because I engaged in these conversations. So that marketplace of ideas is very important. I'll just very briefly, because the whole concept of the First Amendment, and I apologize if this is patronizing, but I'm just going to read the First Amendment really quick. Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. And while that says Congress, we have long since gone through what is called selective incorporation by saying that also applies to states. So I think that the original question was about political parties, I think, right? I'm sorry. I went far.
Your students benefit in understanding civics and government and just being more engaged if these speakers were allowed to come to the school.
Yes, yeah. So, political speech. Political speech, there's a reason in specifically political speech is super, super protected. So basically above and beyond, the Supreme Court has, and through all kinds of case law, we've determined there are exceptions to every single one of our constitutional rights. However, political free speech is so fervently defended by the courts because it is so very important to how we have government. If we give up political free speech, we're throwing in the game. So yes, it's very important.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Representative Reed. Where was it in here that you said it was applied to indoor? Because
So it doesn't specifically say indoor, but the Roman numeral 1, so it's line 13 on the second page, doesn't apply to indoor or outdoor. It applies to all forms.
Okay.
And then it includes things like guest speakers, which typically are indoors. So it's not explicit. That's one of those little tiny holes that if you find that you want to poke a hole in it, then do the work to put something in there that says it includes indoors. But yeah, I think this is reasonably interpreted to include everything on campus.
Okay.
Further questions?
I have a follow-up.
Yes.
Thank you. I asked the same question that I asked Representative Lynn, which was why this does not apply to private universities who, I think, should also respect free speech.
I agree with you, Representative Lynn. I personally do agree with you. I think that Representative Lynn is correct in the assessment that we're running into murkier waters when we talk about what a private institution can and can't do. So, the government can't, so First Amendment is about what the government can do to you. All of the Constitution is about what the government can and can't do to you. While we can say state universities cannot limit your free speech because of the First Amendment, I can't say that you can't limit my free speech if I come over to your house. So I think we should be able to do that. However, we're getting into murkier. This is very clear that if it's a state thing, the government can't abridge your speech. But once you're getting into private situations, then it's much murkier. And so I agree in the concept, but it would be more difficult to get past. You'd have a lot more people opposing it.
Any further questions? Thank you very much. Representative Lane, in regard to that question you had, we've had that many times here. Dartmouth College was formed before we were a country. Ross Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's a different face from AFP here today. Usually you have Sarah, so you're stuck with me. My name is Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire, here to voice our support for HB 516. I'll try to be brief and address some of the points that have come up, but really what this discussion centers around is that free speech is really the foundational cornerstone of any free and open society. And university systems especially are centers of higher learning and diverse thought and should be encouraged to protect and uphold the free speech of their students. Being intellectually curious, organizing groups around a certain idea are very important principles for any center of higher learning. And this bill would stop the practice of constant changes in student speech policies from occurring and give certainty to students that the legislature is the body that is protecting their First Amendment rights. Teaching young people the virtues of respectful civil debate and disagreement are absolutely critical in the coming years, as we see in our political system. The division between disagreeing parties is just becoming greater and greater. And the solution to this is to encourage people to listen to each other, to hear the other perspective, and especially for young people to understand those that are coming from a different place. This bill would simply put in statute these basic protections for students' First Amendment rights on public university campuses, while still allowing broad discretion by the university to protect rights of way on campus and control campus activities. What HB 516 does not do, it does not allow speech such as calls to commit violence or harassment, and it also still allows the institution to halt demonstrations that are disruptful to campus activities. This small reasonable change would start the process of moving campuses back to being these centers of higher learning, questioning, and critical thought. It's no secret that universities across the country and right here in New Hampshire are under pressure from both sides of this argument, between those who want to protect and preserve free speech and those who are demanding more and more censorship. This bill is a release valve for the university system. It protects university administrators and employees by shifting the burden of protecting those speech rights from the university system to the legislature, where you are all sworn to uphold these principles. And I'll point out that this bill is a result, the language you see in front of you is the result of years of work by this committee and by the coalition of folks that have been working on this bill from across the political spectrum. In 2021, this committee provided incredibly valuable critiques and feedback on a similar bill. I believe it was HB 234 at the time. And our coalition used that feedback to change the bill, make it simpler and more address the direct point of really just protecting those key speech rights for students on campus. So HB 516, as you've seen, is supported by a broad coalition from across the political spectrum. FIRE, the First Amendment Partnerships, Alliance Defending Freedom, Americans for Prosperity, and the ACLU of New Hampshire. 19 states and counting have passed legislation similar to this, really protecting these speech rights on public campuses, including states from Republican and Democrat majorities. And I will point out, I only know of a handful of lawsuits across the entire country that have actually happened as a result of a legislature passing legislation of this type. Free speech, expression, and association, they should be they should not be partisan issues. And we believe that this bill would go a long ways towards really encouraging students to talk to one another on campus and to start to listen to each other and understand each other. So for these reasons, urge the committee to move HB 516 ought to pass, and I'd be happy to the best of my ability to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. We've heard today from FIRE, we've heard from UNH, we've heard from Reverend Mew that there are no problems. So are there currently, based upon the work that was done 2 years ago in trying to comply with some of the issues that were in fact identified, do you have any information that would contrary those perspectives as far as access to free speech in this state on college campuses?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think it's hard as previous, I can't remember which speaker, but a previous person testified that it is hard to identify where these issues are popping up. Obviously, the Dave Rubin event was an incident that went viral. There's been an incident, Cinco de Mayo, at UNH, where there were similar incidents. I can't really point to anything in particular, but that's really not the purpose of this bill. The purpose is, I think it's great and commendable that the university system has shifted from those speech codes. But the First Amendment is first for a reason. And I think it is of such importance that we, as a state, encourage free speech, and especially in college systems, that the legislature codify this into law so that a future administration of universities, public universities in New Hampshire, does not retract those and we go backwards, because that's something that we believe the legislature should have a say in.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite Caleb Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Caleb Dalton. I'm Senior Counsel with the Center for Academic Freedom at Alliance Defending Freedom. Just by way of reference, Alliance Defending Freedom is a nonprofit legal organization. I practice specifically in the area of academic freedom. My job, in essence, is to sue public universities when they violate the First Amendment. I'm kind of the plaintiff's bar that the university referred to. And I'll come at that from a bit of this perspective. My job here is, if I could work myself out of a job, that would be great. If you guys pass this bill, that would work myself out of half of the job that I do around the country. And that would be by eliminating speech zones and permit policies on university campuses and the securing free association. I had a whole presentation prepared. I'm kind of philosophical about the value of free speech and the marketplace of ideas, but I think a lot of the speakers have already covered that, and I think it'd be a waste of this committee's time for me to rehash why the First Amendment is important. It sounds to me like most of us all agree that that's the case. But Representative Mylar, you've asked multiple times, why do we need this? If there's no issues, right? I'd like to address that point, and also to respond to a few issues that the university's council brought up. So specifically, why is this necessary? Are there any policies this would actually address? And there actually are. First, I'll note, I was contacted by a student at Keene State University last year who was directed to the free speech zone. Keene State maintains a free speech area for outside members, ostensibly under their policy. But as a student, he was directed that he had to speak in that speech zone. I was able to work with him so that he's no longer having to do that. But there have been minor instances here and there. But I also want to address the committee's attention to UNH's specific outdoor assembly and events permit policy. I believe the university's council brought this up saying, oh, if it's any event under 25, you don't have to get a permit. That's sort of true, but the policy actually says you don't have to have a permit as long as you don't advertise your event anywhere, including on social media. So this would say you have to have a permit if just two members or two students, let's say there's two students on campus, and you say, hey, I want to go address this important issue. We're going to talk about it because it's important in the news today. And you post on TikTok or Snapchat or whatever the current social media, you say, hey guys, I'm out here, come join me. Automatically then you have to have gotten a permit or you're in violation of UNH's policy right now. So I appreciate that my friends at FIRE have given these policies a green light, and I want to reiterate, UNH has some of the best policies I have seen on distribution of literature and other issues like that. They have done a great job at fixing several of those issues that have been there. But it's not perfect, and that highlights why this is necessary, because changes in staff, changes in administration mean changes in policy. This committee and the legislature, if this bill is passed, can level that out so it doesn't matter whether there's a change in staff or a change in personnel or a change in leadership, that the policies remain stable across the board. I can think of multiple instances right now of cases where I've actually sued universities. We've won a settlement with a good policy put in place, and then within 2 years, those policies have been changed back. Because there's changes in personnel. People forget, different staff turnover. A lot of these policies are written by staff or administrators. They may not be familiar with these issues. So that's one of the most important reasons. If the university is already abiding by these, it shouldn't be an issue to codify this and say, look, these are the basic standard principles that every university should be abiding by. And I would like to address as well just a few issues that have been brought up by the committee and the questions that have come up. So as to immunity, immunity was brought up several times, and the judge did a good job clarifying. I would like to clarify just one brief point on that as well. The 11th Amendment, the text does say that that is another citizen right, but anybody can't, no person can sue the state of New Hampshire or an arm of the state, and the university is an arm of the state, right? Under the 11th Amendment immunity. So I sue universities all the time. How do I do that? I actually have to sue members of the Board of Trustees normally for policies like this, right? So that's what I have to do under the federal Constitution under 1983. What this waiver of immunity does is allow for a lawsuit directly against the university rather than against members who enforce it, the president or the University Board of Trustees. And it also allows it under state law, whereas when I'm normally bringing a lawsuit, it's under federal law. So that's what the immunity waiver does. And I think it's a good thing to add some teeth to this, to tell the universities you actually mean it when you say these are the policies that they should be adopting. Something was brought up about violence and shout downs. I want to clarify, and I believe the university said there's some confusion or ambiguity here, and I don't think there really is. And I want to I've read this multiple times. I'm pretty familiar with these issues. This does not apply at all to classroom issues. Classroom issues have been are a problem, and when there are professors who don't have that excellent ethic that we just heard, that has been an issue in classrooms. This bill doesn't address that at all. It doesn't address speech in classrooms. That's not what this bill addresses. Shout downs. This does not create a cause of action for a student to sue over being censored or a speaker. It doesn't create a cause of action for that. But what it does make very clear is that shout downs are not protected speech under this bill. So if you're blocking access, physically blocking access, threatening violence against a speaker, that's not protected speech. That's what this portion does. So it basically makes it very clear universities can apply their policies against protesters who are actually restricting other people's ability to have free speech as well. So, but it doesn't create a cause of action and specifically restrict that, if that makes sense. So I just want to clarify those two ambiguities. The university said this could raise the cost of litigation. I don't think that's actually the case. In fact, I think it could lower the potential liability to the state. If the universities look at these requirements and they abide by them, then they are going to be much less likely to be sued. If they don't abide by them, then it could be the fact that I have to come and sue the university under 1983 under the First Amendment and get attorney's fees there. So I don't think that there's any increased cost to the university system or the state by passing this bill. All it does is give teeth to common sense principles that universities should be abiding by anyway. I think those are the primary issues that seemed like this committee had questions with. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
So can you clarify something for me then? When I'm looking at definition of campus here, it talks about campus community, talks about outdoor areas of campus. So immediately my mind says, well, there must be indoor areas of campus as well. So do you see the statement on line 26, 27, page 2, as providing this bill some ambiguity in terms of nothing in this section shall be interpreted as limiting the right of student expression elsewhere on campus? Are we now talking indoor campus?
No, and so any bill that says nothing in this shall be interpreted to limit the rights elsewhere. Mm-hmm. So if it's, all that means is when we say you're allowed to speak outdoors, we're not saying you're not allowed to speak indoors, we're just not speaking to it. So this legislation just does not speak to indoor expression, if that makes sense.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person is Kelly McLean. Kelly? Oh, good.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for hosting this, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm going to try to keep this quick because I know it's been a long day for you guys. My name is Kelly McLean. I'm presenting on behalf of First Liberty Institute. We are the nation's largest law firm dedicated exclusively to defending and restoring religious liberty for all Americans. We represent Jeffrey Ozanne and Gabby Ospina, who you will be hearing from a little bit later, and the other student leaders of the Free Exercise Coalition, or the FEC, at the University of New Hampshire Franklin Pierce School of Law, also known as UNH. Most of my testimony, a lot of you have asked, is this something that keeps happening? Is this something that needs to be addressed? So hopefully my testimony and theirs will help you come to that conclusion. As my clients will explain, last November, the group applied to establish its inaugural campus location. However, instead of administratively approving the student group, the Law School Student Bar Association tabled its application after publicly questioning the sincerity of its members' religious beliefs. First Liberty sent a demand letter explaining why the school's decision was unconstitutional. Almost 2 months after the SBA meeting, our clients, the FEC, were granted official recognition as a student group, but not by the SBA. The SBA refused to act and deferred to the UNH law administration instead. This is not the type of tolerance or free inquiry anyone should expect at one of our nation's law schools. Like our senior counsel, Jeremy Dyes, said, it is simply inexcusable and unconstitutional for any university to hold itself out as tolerant, diverse, and welcoming, but then exclude students because of their religious viewpoint. Federal law makes clear that it is unlawful to discriminate against organizations and individuals on the basis of religion. UNH law failed its duty to the Constitution in protecting the civil rights of the FEC, instead treated their religious beliefs with contempt, public scorn, and hostility. It is settled law that the First Amendment rights of speech and association extend to campuses of state universities. Widmar v. Vincent. In this case and several others, the courts upheld that students at American universities are entitled to express their beliefs on campus, as well as by associate with students that share those beliefs. It is the responsibility of a state university to ensure that students wishing to associate receive even-handed treatment under university leadership. Schools like UNH often fail to understand the seriousness of their actions and refuse to recognize the liability that these actions place on the school, faculty, and staff. Just within the past 2 years, 2 federal circuit courts of appeal and 1 federal district court rejected qualified immunity defenses and imposed personal liability on university officials whose actions affirmed the same level of intolerance and hostility towards religion on display at UNH law. It should not take a demand letter for UNH law, SBA, to comply with the obligations of the U.S. Constitution, to respect a religious organization's presence and its speech on campus. In conclusion, public colleges and universities are bound by the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment and cannot base their policy decisions on hostility towards religion or a desire to exclude a religious viewpoint, to which they disagree. While the law is clear, cases like FEC's keep happening. I hope you will carefully consider HB 516 and any bill that points back to the protections of free speech and association laid out in our First Amendment. I will submit my written testimony. I think you have it in front of you. Also in front of you is our demand letter to UNH law. This includes all the settled law I referenced in my testimony, plus several others. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
like to invite Jeff Ozan. Is this OZA? Ozan, yep. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Jeff Ozan, and I'm currently a hybrid JD student at UNH Law and the president of the Free Exercise Coalition, or FEC. Last year, a group of law school students and myself started FEC so that our religious beliefs and those of other students may be better represented on campus. We built our organization with one goal: to equip and enable the religious student in sharing their beliefs in this melting pot we call law school. We believe that a public law school should have a healthy balance of perspectives, something we thought was missing on our campus. To do so, we created FEC to be run by like-minded believers, unashamed of sharing our beliefs and willing to equip religious students of all creeds to do the same. These student leaders of FEC created and publicly subscribed to a statement of our beliefs that ensured that the organization is run consistent with its founding and certain canons of interpretation. This statement embodies a very expression of religion we thought could be better exercised on campus. The FEC board believes that it is okay for law school students to have traditional Christian values, and we believe that it is legal and, yes, necessary to share these values during our law school experience. For instance, I personally believe that our Creator wishes to spend eternity with each and every person. I believe that our sin separates us from our Creator. So our Creator sent His one and only Son to die and atone for our sins. Through faith in this love, that the Son of God, Jesus Christ, died and rose again for our sins, we may be granted the free gift of eternal life with our Creator. And I knew I would do that there. But now, for the Free Exercise Coalition to be a working student organization on campus, we had to pursue affiliation through the Student Board Association, or the SBA. Prior to the SBA meeting, to recognize our affiliation, we submitted an application which included information about our organization, including the statement of our beliefs. From the start of the SBA affiliation meeting, it was clear that our statement of beliefs was an issue for the SBA. The SBA spent nearly an hour inquiring about the specifics of our beliefs. This SBA, in concert with our fellow law school students, didn't stop at maligning just our beliefs and organization. They went so far as to personally attack us for holding those beliefs. For instance, we were publicly shamed and labeled hateful bigots, oppressors, for sharing what we believe about God's truth. Even after the Christian Legal Society had admonished the same SBA just a couple months prior for attacking their religious beliefs, the SBA still used the content of our religious beliefs as basis to refuse the affiliation of our Free Exercise Coalition. It even appears that in the wake of religious student organizations, our own law school has been seeking to implement an all-comers policy, which would pretextually ban any student organization that requires its leadership to subscribe to a statement of beliefs, like every faith-based group. These actions by the law school and its SBA show fundamental disregard for the First Amendment and the policies at play in every public university. FEC knew that our religious beliefs would not be widely accepted in the halls of modern academia. That is exactly why we believe our organization is important. However, what FEC did not expect is that a law school and its students could be so uninformed on the protections of the First Amendment. Not knowing where to turn, the Free Exercise Coalition reached out to the First Liberty Institute, a nonprofit law firm concerned with religious liberty for all. Charging nothing, First Liberty came in and defended our right to exist and be a useful contributor to the ideas on campus. At our next affiliation meeting, the SBA, our peers, once again refused to vote on our affiliation, a continued and tacit disapproval of our existence. Instead, the law school administration, now informed of the First Amendment by First Liberty, took over and did what the SBA refused to do: approve the Free Exercise Coalition as a UNH law student organization. I wish I could end this testimony here. However, it seems every step forward by FEC is resisted. For instance, during the turmoil of our affiliation, we inexplicably lost our faculty advisor, a necessary prerequisite to affiliation. UNH Law has not yet appointed a faculty advisor for FEC that is willing to assist and advocate for our group. Moreover, the Free Exercise Coalition and the Christian Legal Society has joined together to offer the Christian students a symbol that they are indeed accepted as an important part of campus life. We have requested to hang the Christian flag on campus, just as other student and civic groups have hung flags supporting their causes. For instance, cultural art displays, Black history displays, the Pride flag have all hung on campus and been displayed on campus for years. Yet, when we request to display this religious symbol, the law school continues to delay and inform us that, quote unquote, this request provides an opportunity for our law school to formalize a policy with respect to the display of flags at the law school. While numerous displays of other social and civic groups are exhibited, ours is slow-walked, ignored, and sidelined. We're simply asking that we be treated like other students and student groups on campus. To conclude, intentionally or not, UNH Law has made us feel marginalized as students, censoring religious viewpoints from even entering student conversation. If you are a traditional Christian on campus, you must not share your beliefs, let alone operate a student organization consistent with those beliefs, lest you be viciously attacked and ostracized, and potentially worse. Maybe your existence as a religious student on campus will spur the law school to create a new general application policy to limit your freedom of expression. There's much work to be done to educate New Hampshire's law school and students about the extent of the First Amendment, this marketplace of ideas, and religion's place in the conversation. The Free Exercise Coalition exists for such a purpose, and we hope the New Hampshire legislature will carefully consider the free speech and association protections of HB 516 could offer to FEC and future students at UNH Law. Thank you for your time and attention to this important matter. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Gabriella? Ospina?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My testimony is brief. My name is Gabby Ospina. I'm a second-year hybrid JD student at UNH Law. I'm the treasurer of the Free Exercise Coalition, and I'm a devout Catholic. Last November, Jeff approached me with the idea of starting a group at the law school with the mission of advocating for and protecting religious liberties on campus. Our law school, and in fact I, could have really used a group like this. As a Catholic, Holy Week is the most important week of the year, even more so than the Christmas season. Every day has a purpose and a religious practice to participate in preparation for Easter Sunday. That week is the culmination of 40 days of intentional fasting, praying, and almsgiving. It is a spiritually transformative week that I missed out on my first year of law school because I didn't know who or how to ask for a religious accommodation in my classes, or even if I could. I was scared of anyone knowing who I am and what I believe in. I was scared of being judged for my beliefs. And because of that fear and isolation, I struggled during Holy Week to balance my religious practices with my academic responsibilities. So when Jeff approached me with the idea of forming this group, I saw very clearly a space in our law school where the group could help its students, like me, to avoid fear and isolation. Within a week, we had a name, the Free Exercise Coalition, a mission to protect and defend religious liberties. And we also included a statement of faith for board members, an essential component to ensure that the leadership of the group would truly protect even the most unpopular religious beliefs. We submitted the application to the SBA to be reviewed at the next meeting. I'm aware that my religious beliefs are bold and that people disagree with me, as is their right to. But I never imagined we would be treated the way that we were at the SBA affiliation meeting by law students and by faculty of the law school. We were interrogated about our statement of faith, called bigots, oppressors, and a problem the university needs to deal with. A problem. That is what I am. All they knew about us was a short list of our shared religious beliefs, and that was sufficient evidence to label me a problem. But what truly hurt in that moment was that at the end of the meeting, my associate dean apologized to the students who had spent the last
30 minutes disparaging our character. Up until that moment, I had experienced only kindness and support from the university, while I experienced medical issues that affected my attendance. They were supportive when my grandfather passed away during finals week of my first semester of law school. And it was very difficult to feel that support ripped out from underneath me in that moment when I needed it the most. Thank you for considering this bill and anything that clarifies and points back to the First Amendment and freedom of religious expression. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for sharing your story. Both you and Mr. Ozane talked about a hybrid student. Could you define what is a hybrid student?
Yes, so the hybrid JD program at UNH Franklin Pierce School of Law is one of 4 ABA accredited hybrid programs. Basically, we're able to stay outside of the state, living outside of the state, while taking courses asynchronously, and also we are obligated to come in person to UNH to take in-person classes.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you just give us a little more understanding of both what faiths are represented in the Free Exercise Coalition and what the statement of faith is?
Yeah, the statement of faith, we decided to keep it as Judeo-Christian values that represented a wider range of beliefs while also kind of consolidating what everyone has shared in. What was your first question again?
I think you may have just answered it. It was what faiths are represented in your organization.
Oh, okay, yes. And that, just to be clear, that is just for board members, but any faiths, any person is allowed to seek the services that we offer or participate in the group.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Lett. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm sure it's not easy to come in and talk to people like this.
First time.
Like this. How many students are in your organization?
Currently, we have 5 board members.
Okay, that's the entity of the group?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
You're welcome. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last pink card I have is Lance Kinzer. You won the lottery.
Well, those last 2 witnesses are tough acts to follow.
Yes.
My name's Lance Kinzer. I am here on behalf of First Amendment Partnership. We have the privilege to work with some of the nation's largest faith communities with respect to their common commitment to First Amendment freedoms. And I don't say this as a matter of undue flattery, but I have an opportunity to testify across the country and spent 10 years in a state legislature myself. And I will say both the way in which this hearing's been conducted, the quality of the witnesses and the quality of the questions, it's not what you see everywhere. So it's been exciting to be here and a privilege. I'm going to try to direct my comments to a few things that have arisen that I think might be helpful. One of the questions of why this might be needed in New Hampshire was answered in part by, I think, the prior 2 folks who spoke. But I will say I was very involved in Iowa in passage of similar legislation in 2019, and there's been some brief reference to a situation at the University of Iowa that arose that resulted in some judgments. And ultimately, there were 2 cases decided at the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals in 2021 that ultimately, between the 2 cases, resulted in a $2 million judgment against the university, ultimately paid by taxpayers. In that instance, the 8th Circuit determined that there was not qualified immunity for the university officials who had violated the associational rights of student groups on campus. The university ultimately indemnified them and so did pay, but they were found individually liable for their conduct. And what happened there? It was viewpoint discrimination along exactly the lines that are being talked about here. There was a tiny evangelical campus ministry, about 10 members, that was told that because they had they required their board members to sign a statement of faith, that they were excluded from being on campus. The university, when they were called to account, with respect to that by a district court judge said, well, the way we can be equal is to kick all the religious groups off campus. So Muslim groups, Sikh groups, they were all kicked off campus for a period of time. It went back to the same district court judge, he, as you can imagine, was not amused. And but in the midst of this, and this is really my point, that all started in 2017. It was 2019 when the legislature passed and the governor signed a clarifying bill to try to make sure that this didn't happen again in Iowa. But I can guarantee you that when the judgment ultimately came down in 21, they wish they would have passed that bill in 16 or 17 and not have waited to 19 until they were in the midst of a controversy. My strong belief, and this particular associational rights language has been passed in 17 states at this point, and my belief is that clarity on this issue, a relatively simple, straightforward portion of the bill, is conflict reducing. It prevents litigation that should never happen in the first place. No university student, no student association should ever have to sue their own university simply to associate around common ideas. In fact, the ability to assemble, to associate along common ideas, and to do so without any kind of attempt by the university to say certain ideas are approved and certain ideas are not approved goes to the core, from my perspective, of teaching the values of pluralism that universities are all about. Having diverse student clubs is a good to the university's mission. But I guess the point I want to make, because so much of what I was intending to say had been said already, was just to kind of close with this. The law is very clear in this area. There are cases going back 50 years, and it's interesting, one of the prior people who testified talked about how in the early, in the 60s and 70s, it was left-wing groups that were winning. Healy v. James, a case in 1972 that said that student groups can't be denied recognition by a public university because of their beliefs, was a case involving the Students for a Democratic Society. Their national organization called for the violent overthrow of the government of the United States, but because their local chapter had not taken any affirmative action to engage in violence of any kind, had only been peaceful in protesting the Vietnam War and other things that they were opposed to, the U.S. Supreme Court in Healy said they have to be recognized. The Widmer v. Vincent case that came about a decade after that said that belief-based student groups must be provided access to facilities under the same standards as other groups. And then in 1995, student activity fee funds, which is an issue that has come up, cannot be withheld from a group merely because they promote or manifest a particular belief system. That's Rosenberger v. Virginia. And my view is this: I think especially post those two Eighth Circuit opinions involving the University of Iowa, I think administrators are starting to get it. But what you've heard here is that oftentimes where the conflict is happening now is at the student government or student bar association level. A lot of times those students aren't well informed of the latest case law involving the First Amendment. And one thing that I know in Iowa is that they've begun instructing student governments there in their very clear, simple, straightforward law with respect to student associations, so that before student governments meet to make these decisions, they're informed, this is what the Constitution says, this is what Iowa law says, and it's not conflict creating, it's conflict reducing. So I think that New Hampshire would do well to pass this legislation. I think that locking in clear protections that are consistent with what the First Amendment has long been understood to mean is promotive of First Amendment values, but it's also promotive of civility on campus and conflict reducing. So I think that the committee, for your time, I'd be pleased to answer any questions, and just it's been fun to be here.
First, do you have written testimony there?
So I have a pretty big packet of info that I thought would be cumbersome to hand out, but I'll set it up here afterwards, and anybody who wants to take one of my packets, that would be great. I would love you to, but it's a little bulky.
Okay. I do have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
We have a definition of student organization here, what it means in an officially recognized group. By whom? What's the criteria that you use to recognize groups? In your experience out in Iowa, when you have an association, and then you mentioned that administration may get it, but down underneath, folks are not getting it.
So universities, it's commonplace for universities to have a process through kind of the student life section of the university that deals with campus organizations. And normally there are some requirements like you have to submit a constitution that talks about what your rules and bylaws are. You have to have a faculty sponsor. You have to have sometimes a certain number of members. And it's very often the case, it depends upon the university, but in many instances, those applications first do go to a student bar association or a student government association, depending upon whether it's law school or undergrad. And so then they meet and do the approvals. And really, those approvals should never in any way relate to the viewpoint of the group. It should all really be whether they just meet those basic criteria. And candidly, it's an opportunity for those groups to kind of present, make sure they're known by the student organizations. And then you'll have, kind of a club day, a recruitment day at the outset, and then they get benefit to communication. But what happens many times then is that if there is a controversy, ultimately, the university itself has the authority to step in and veto a decision by the student body association. But oftentimes that takes a significant amount of time to occur. And what I would say is this, the faith-based groups that we work with, the fact that, these big money judgments are not what they want. They just want to serve and disciple and be places for community. And so if you're a kid who's been working in a campus ministry for several years, you get to your senior year, you're going to be the president, and the campus group and the university says, no, you're not recognized. Well, by the time you go down, figure out as a kid, who do I contact? They go to federal court. You sort through what the facts are. A couple months later down the line, you get a piece of paper from a federal court judge saying, you know what, they didn't do what they should have done. Well, your several months of your relatively short senior year of college, your activity has been significantly interrupted. Oftentimes you've been dragged through the mud in campus newspapers and other things. So it's best, even though most of the groups that I'm working with, if they litigate, they're going to win under existing law. But what they want is not to have to litigate. And what we've seen in the states that have passed these is that when the standard is clear, it's less likely that there'll be litigation to begin with. And that's good for everybody.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Kinzer, for joining us this afternoon. And I absolutely agree with your very, very first comments that I think this has been a very respectful discussion, and I think very much a learning experience. I'm certainly speaking from my perspective, but I think for everybody here. And I also want to extend that comment to the students from UNH Law, Jeff Ozan and Gabrielle Ospina, who I think spoke very, very well about the situations that they're facing there. And I don't want my question here to in any way be interpreted as an assumption or an aspersion of what their organization does, what their beliefs are. I think we can just sort of take it at a very generic, sort of a non-specific level.
Sure.
But specifically, every institute of higher education that I have involvement with right now, I'm on 3 university boards, have a mission statement and core values, and every one of these, and it's probably many, 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 many more. One of those core values is a strong sense of diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. And I'm just trying to better understand how some of these things, whether they're student groups, student organizations that are failing to be recognized, how that can coexist with the core values that a post-secondary institution has, and where does that line get drawn? And I think it's very similar to
where's it muddy up here?
Right. What Chair Ladd.
So if I understand the question, I mean, my view would be that recognizing student groups on a viewpoint neutral basis is not only what the law already requires, it's promotive of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that it's never been viewed as discrimination. Look at, say, federal civil rights law, and I'm thinking of faith-based groups here in particular. For a faith-based group to say only people who share our faith can teach our message, so generally speaking, religious discrimination is illegal. But if a church wants to say we're only going to hire as a pastor someone who shares our theological beliefs, that's discriminating in a sense based upon religion. They're hiring somebody and they're using religion as criteria, but it's always been understood that within the context of a belief-based organization, it's actually not discriminatory for religious groups to use religious criteria in saying who gets to speak our message. Rather, that's actually promotive of freedom. And so my view is that the way that you promote diversity, equity, and inclusion on campus is not by saying certain kinds of ideas that groups may have are off limits and won't be allowed. Rather, we make sure, as this bill does, that groups, regardless of viewpoint, are clearly protected. And so even though I think sometimes this issue gets tied up in concerns about whether there are groups that maybe differ on DEI issues and they're being recognized, I think the broader concept of DEI is actually promoted by having a diversity of views. Of course, those views have to be expressed respectfully. No one should be harassed. There should be no illegal conduct. I think the bill does a good job of giving the university all the tools they need to make sure that that respect that you're understandably concerned about is there. But it also makes sure that we avoid litigation and that we model for students in these policies respect for diversity of viewpoints. That would be my own view on that.
Follow up to that. Thank you, and that your answer helps me a lot on this. And so just to sort of push on where does it get muddy? Where does that line in the sand get drawn? And referring back to what Representative Wynn was talking about earlier, outside Chicago, and so I'm getting specific here, but Jeff Ozan mentioned about a not being able to display a flag, let's say in the entry hall at UNH Law. I don't know where the display would be, and I'm not casting any assumptions or aspersions on anything, but if such a request was so offensive in the way that Judge Lynn had talked about, would that be something that the university would have to comply with and allow to have happen, or can they actually draw the line somewhere?
Yeah, so first I'll say, and I don't mean this as a cop-out, that my area of particular specialty is more on the associational rights, and so I don't want to get out over my skis because there's some smarter folks than me behind me on some of these issues. But I would say that from my perspective, once you establish that we're going to allow we're going to allow this to be a public forum or a limited public forum is sometimes the language that's used. Once that decision's made, then the viewpoint discrimination decision has already you've kind of defaulted on the viewpoint discrimination decision already, because one of the things that you absolutely can't do once you have a limited public forum is discriminate based upon viewpoint. Now, there may be instances where for example, in the context of a particular classroom where you could argue, well, this isn't a limited public forum. We don't just allow people, off the street to come in and express their views on whatever, in the middle of a math class. But if the university has a policy of saying there are certain places within the university where groups are free to display flags, then it's a very dicey thing, not just into the context of this bill, but I think under the First Amendment for the university to then say, we're going to discriminate based upon viewpoint. That's pretty black letter constitutional law.
Yeah, it is. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you for your testimony also. What I'm hearing is that possibly from your experience, in some of the instances you've come across, it seems like maybe a narrower version of DEI policy rather than the broader view that you just mentioned has bumped up against associations religious association is trying to start up. Would that be an accurate characterization?
That's an interesting way to think about it. I hadn't quite thought about it. I was kind of thinking out loud as I was giving, that answer. But I do think that the idea that diversity, equity, and inclusion broadly construed is something that I think we should all be able to agree to, especially in the context of a university campus, as long as that diversity, equity, inclusion is promotive of civil conversation and speech and not having viewpoint discrimination. I think when it flips and becomes a way of narrowing discourse and saying certain ideas are off the table just to begin with, even if expressed civilly, that's where there's a problem, at least from my point of view.
Thank you.
I agree. Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Lett. Good afternoon. I'm sure you're happy to be here on a Friday afternoon. Or 4 o'clock. But in all seriousness, as Representative Lindell said, and others before, I've been amazed at the information that I've heard, and some of my thinking's altered. When we first began, I was thinking free speech, and now we're talking at the end of the day, very small faith-based group in a university organization. So my question is, the only group person representative we've heard this afternoon who is opposed to this with the University of New Hampshire system. And I'm wondering, in your thinking, why that is.
Well, I don't want to speak for anyone else. I will say that it's not uncommon when bills like this are heard for universities either to not weigh in at all or to be supportive. But this isn't the first time that I've testified in a place where the universities have expressed concern. I think there's an understandable desire for universities to want to control, and I don't mean that in any kind of a negative way, to have flexibility with respect to the policies that they implement. And so there's a natural tendency to feel that if a statute is enacted in this area, it may, maybe it's not contemplating some circumstance, and then we're going to be unduly constrained. And so I'm trying to be, fair with respect to what their concerns might be. I honestly believe that the language that's in this bill has been subject to sufficient interpretive work by courts that I don't think it's going to lead to a lot of confusion. And I'll just kind of end the answer, I guess, with this. There have been a number of states, but one in which I can think of in particular, and I won't call out the university, but a university came and testified against a bill with some similar concerns that were heard here. And then about a year later, I was told by the sponsor of the bill, the lobbyist for XYZ University came back and said, we oppose that bill, but we kind of like when student groups come to us and say, why is this group we don't like? Why do they, get to be on campus? Well, go complain to your legislator. They told us that, we had to do this. That it was actually nice from their perspective to just have a clear standard in law they could point to, because it's probably no fun for the universities to be juggling these, competing claims of student groups that don't like each other. So that's one thought.
That's fine. Representative, I have a smaller question. I'll finish with that.
Smaller question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. The last question, at least for me, thank you. Once again, we've heard this afternoon 16 and we heard 17, so somewhere there in that range of states that have supported and participated and have enacted something similar to this. What about the other states? Why is that not happening?
So when I use
in your opinion,
when I use 17, those are states that have passed particularly associational protections, and some states have done that as standalone bills. Other states have done that in the context of bills that deal with other speech issues like this one. There are a variety of reasons. I think if I was going to say number one, it is do we have an existing problem here? And if not, is this an area that we should really legislate in? I think some of the other concerns that have been expressed about whether having tight standards at the state level reduces university flexibility to decide where some of these lines are with the questions that were asked earlier. That may be a reason. But I think more than anything else, it's just hard to get bills through the political process. I mean, when I started working on this, I was testifying in Missouri, a couple days ago, and they've been working on this for a number of years. And when I first testified there on this in 2017, I was telling them they could be the 8th state to do this if they would pass it. And I had to change my notes and put a 1, said you could be the 18th state. And so that's actually quite a bit of legislative activity over just the last few years in this area. So I think that there is a increasing understanding of the importance of this. And I will say it's increasingly bipartisan. So last year, Indiana passed a very similar bill, and it actually passed unanimously, I think maybe through both chambers, but at least unanimously through one chamber and with substantial bipartisan support. Governor Edwards signed a bill down in Louisiana, a Democratic governor, similar. So some of the concern that, these were conservative groups that were concerned that they're the ones whose ox is being gored right now. I think with a little bit more perspective, people have realized, as the representative said previously, ultimately everybody is at risk if we don't have clear standards. And so left and right, I think there's more bipartisan support in the last few years, and that's why it's been increasing. But we've got work to do.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank you for your candor. Thank you, Chairman Lyon.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. One more question. Last one. Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and thank you. And I hope it is a quick question. You said that 17 states have passed this legislation. I'm curious about the number of lawsuits that might have been brought since the legislation occurred.
Yeah. And so, again, to be clear, I'm just talking about the associational portion. There are 17 states. There are a few more that have passed additional protections. To be honest with you, I'm not aware. I'm aware of many cases where, in the context of demand letters or conversations that attorneys have had with University General Counsel, where these laws have been used as a basis for kind of reaching resolution before the litigation stage. But I honestly don't know that there may have been I'm not aware of a single state appellate court opinion on one of these associational rights cases, and one of the folks behind me can correct me if I'm wrong. So I just don't think they're very generative of litigation. I think they're more preventative than anything.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to close this hearing down at this point in time. We have one to go. So we're going to take a stand-up break here. Let's have about 10 minutes so we can have that, and we'll come back and we will take care of the last hearing that this Education Committee will have this session. That's from the House.
Okay.
That was an interesting discussion.
Is it yours?
It's yours.
Oh,
I
this is one of the.
I just
yeah.
took all my stuff out of it. I didn't save the blue thing. I did. Okay, let's go here. Okay, we're going to go ahead with the last bill for today. It's HB 451 relative to the State Board of Education prohibition on discrimination. And I welcome Steve Woodcock.
Representative Chair, it's Representative Chair, Representative Ladd. On behalf of Representative Tanner, I'm introducing this bill. It's interesting that we just heard for almost 2 hours about diversity, equity, and inclusion. How appropriate. And I'll read from her text and leave it. It's only 3 paragraphs, if I may, Representative.
Yeah.
In schools, discrimination can make it difficult for students to learn because they don't feel safe or accepted. Discrimination in schools contribute to high rates of absenteeism, dropping out, adverse health consequences, academic underachievement, and bullying. Every student has the right to an education free from discrimination. All students deserve equitable opportunities to learn. Currently, students are protected by federal laws which cover race, color, national origin, sex, and disability. In New Hampshire, we've taken a stand as a state for recognizing and including gender identity, sexual orientation, mental and physical disability in our non-discrimination laws. RSA 354A, New Hampshire non-discrimination statute, covers employment, housing, and places of public accommodations. This bill, 451, is simple. It places the New Hampshire non-discrimination protections, in addition to the federal anti-discrimination laws, into the education statutes under 193.3. A school, vendor, or educational service in our state that accepts public funds will fall under these non-discrimination laws. Where taxpayers resourced, public funding goes, public accountability must follow. All kinds of discrimination are wrong and can be harmful to those involved. Discrimination has had a long history in our schools. Fighting discrimination takes courage and commitment, but when we stand up to injustices and seek equity, all students stand to benefit. So please join me in voting and supporting HB 451. I offer that on behalf of Representative Tanner.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to take any questions, but I'd be equally happy not to.
Are there any questions? Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting the last bill. With this legislation, would let's say a private Christian school be required to hire a teacher or a professor who did not agree with their beliefs?
I do not know the answer to that question, Representative Cordelli.
Further questions? Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Linda, Representative Tanner's substitute. I was looking at the same 354-A, and colon 27 talks about the opportunity for public education without discrimination, a civil right. It's in here about education. It's also in colon 29, right to freedom from discrimination in public workplaces and education. I believe this is already covered. Why are we doing it in the education things? It's already in the State Commission for Human Rights chapter.
My understanding is that Representative Tanner disagrees with that opinion. That's all right. But she disagrees, it's always already in statute, wants it in there.
Okay, just try to remember that that's not Representative Tanner out there. And I don't think anybody can speak on behalf of Representative Tanner when, we're not in Representative Tanner's face, so, or head. So try to address, questions which are not really something that she has to answer. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I appreciate you helping me out here.
What were the two things?
Deborah House?
Just give me the numbers. Sorry.
Good afternoon. The red light?
Turn the microphone on so you can hear me. I'm pleased to be here talking, and I'm pleased you can hear me now that the microphone's on. I am here in support of HB 451. I liked hearing from Representative Woodcock the summary that where public funding goes, public accountability must follow. When I read this bill, I saw it as a way of addressing the fact that we have public tax money going out through vouchers to various private schools and different educational vendors. So for that reason, I really appreciate the thought of these non-discrimination policies following that money so that students can't be discriminated against by any private school, online program, or educational vendor, that is taking that tax money. As you know, I've made no secret of it. I do not think that the voucher program we have was very well conceived. I will not dwell on that because you've heard me testify about it many times. But one thing that we are really concerned about is that vouchers are often end up having the effect of discriminating against students. Public schools are open to all, they serve all students, but private schools and programs can deny students admission or discipline or expel them for any number of reasons, including disability, sexual orientation, or religion. And we want to make sure that a program that is using public tax money is not allowed to discriminate against students based on disability, sexual orientation, religion, or any of these protected categories that are mentioned in the bill. There are examples across the country of how private voucher-funded schools have discriminated, from children with disability in Texas, who was rejected by 13 different private schools, to a Florida school that received $1.6 million in voucher funding in just 1 year, but told parents it would kick out gay or transgendered students. Especially troubling is how private school voucher programs perpetuate racial segregation. Data going back more than 10 years show that vouchers disproportionately serve white students, leaving students of color behind in schools that become increasingly more segregated. Sadly, segregation is baked into vouchers' history. Voucher programs started in the South. They were first created to allow white students to fund segregation academies in the wake of Brown versus Board of Education. I know I often come here and voice positions that some of you don't agree with, but I hope we can all agree that in New Hampshire, we should not be spending taxpayer money to let discrimination or segregation in any form, including private schools and programs that don't take certain students, let public money be used that way through vouchers. So I urge you to support HB 451. Thank you. I was trying to summarize.
Thank you. Thank you.
In light of the late hour.
Are any questions from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for maybe being our last testifier of the day.
No.
No?
I tried.
Okay, sorry. I tried.
Yep.
How about public schools who accept a student, but they cannot meet their special needs, so have to place them in sometimes an out-of-state facility? Is that discrimination on the basis of the public school?
No, it's not, because you are still providing the student with what they need, and indeed the district is still paying the cost. So you are making all the arrangements for this student And often you have tried what you can within the staff and facilities that you have and found that that does not meet the student's needs. So then you find the placement outside, so the more specialized placement to meet the students' needs, such as sending them to a specialized school for students with hearing impairment or blindness, which is one that I'm familiar with, and then you're also paying for the cost. It's not discrimination if that is what the team that is working with the student in partnership with the parent has agreed is the correct placement for that student. That is called the IEP process.
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm not sure how that differs from a student going to a private school that maybe does not have the facilities to meet their special needs, but provides them with other options and suggestions. Isn't that being really more helpful to the student rather than accepting them into the school, taking their tuition money, knowing that they cannot really meet the needs of that student?
Well, in the first situation, the public school has not turned the student away. The public school is still actively working with the student and the family, indeed underwriting the cost of what the student needs. In the second situation, the private school has just said, we've got some suggestions for you, but that's all we are obligated to do. So there is a difference.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Ronnie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of answered my own question because I find that this bill is taking things a little further and expanding everything that I talked about before as being not just public school, but other things, a longer list. But my question to you is, how does an online program or an educational vendor discriminate against a student?
If it refuses to serve them, that is one way it could discriminate against a student. If it based on the categories mentioned in the bill. If it says we won't take you.
Yes.
Yep.
I kind of think of online programs something that I buy and use, or an educational vendor is something I buy material from and use. I don't see that they
An online program could be something you need to sign up for and you're actively participating in. So, those are not mutually exclusive definitions. You sign up and you are participating in an interactive program.
Thank you.
Further, Representative Cordelli and then Representative Paternal.
Thank you. Maybe you might have an answer for the question I asked earlier about, let's say, a Christian school. Would they be required under this legislation, if passed, to hire a teacher who did not believe in their faith?
Yeah, I was looking at this mainly from the point of view of how it applied to students. So I got to say, I'm not a lawyer. So I'm going to pass on that one. You can ask Representative Tanner when she is back.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Paternal.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm confused because you said that an online program is something you sign up for. I would put the EFA program in that same category. So the parents are signing up for and then choosing how to use those funds in order to best serve their students' needs.
It's still coming out of the public taxes, though. I mean, you're still underwriting education through public taxes with it.
Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. David Trumbull.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for having me. And I wish you all a very good week next week with your week off.
Thank you.
So I think this is a great bill and I support it for the basic reason. I think that if we have state funding going to schools or any organization, that we should make sure that those organizations do not discriminate against people. And that would be whether or not it's intentional or direct discrimination, or if it's the resulting discrimination. There are situations, and I'll get into it in my testimony, where discrimination happens, and we see it happening in other voucher type programs around the country. We know it's coming. If New Hampshire's going to go down this road, we should make sure that we don't allow what's happened elsewhere to happen here, because there is significant discrimination, in particular against children with disabilities and children of color that may not be intended. Thinking back to the last 2 hours where we talked about higher education, three things came through to me quite clearly. First was that clarity of legislation is better. Second is that once you get into the public forum, then you want to make sure that there's no discrimination. That was the question, why is this happening, the proposed previous law for public universities and not private universities? And then the very compelling testimony from the two students at UNH School of Law, one of whom said, we wanted to have a healthy balance of perspectives on campus. And again, those principles will underscore why I think this is a positive bill. So first, I'd like to go into three categories. One is children with disabilities. We know that there is huge differences between children who participate in the education freedom accounts and in the public schools when it comes to disabilities. 18% of the students in the public schools are children with disabilities. Only 6% in the EFAs are children with disabilities. That's a 300% difference. That's because the public schools take every child that comes to the school and has to provide them with a free and appropriate education. Those children also have the right, the whole slew of procedural rights that go with that. In the private schools, they don't have to take any child they don't want to. So if they say this child is too expensive, if the services required are too much for us, they won't take them, or they will just eventually suspend the student and have them leave. And it is very clear that this program functions essentially as a voucher. If you go look at the website where the expenses are broken down, over 60% are just direct payments for tuition. The next most common thing, it's kind of hard because it's not really very coherent bookkeeping that you can see if you're a member of the public, but the next most common thing is Amazon item required by school, and just keeps listing them all. So I think the huge vast majority of the money is either for tuition or for a book or a laptop required by school, which is the way that an old-fashioned voucher would have worked when this first came along 20 years ago. You would get a voucher, go to a school, a private school, and that would cover your tuition and your books. So the important thing here is that when you go to a private school, you have to give up your right to a free and appropriate education. You give up at the door, you get your $5,000 check, but you give up your rights. You don't have them when you go into a private school. The Council for Exceptional Children in 2020 issued their position statement on public education dollars to fund school vouchers and other voucher-type programs. And they're opposed to these for four reasons. First, it excludes children of low incomes. And they talk about how what happens with the private schools, if they're going to provide additional services, they end up billing the parents. And here's what they say. This reality ultimately can make vouchers and voucher-type programs appealing to middle-income and upper middle-income families, but effectively eliminates lower-income families. School districts also report students with disabilities leaving voucher-funded schools because the student required more services than the school could provide. That's discrimination. We know that's going to happen. We need to make sure that it doesn't happen. The way to make sure it happens is very simple. Put into the rule for the EFAs that there will be no discrimination based on disability. If a private school wants to participate in the program, then they must provide full services to children with disabilities. Otherwise, low-income students will not be able to participate, and that's discriminatory. A second way that it discriminates against children with disabilities is that people have to forfeit their rights under the IDEA, which I just mentioned, and it's right on the website for the EFAs. They say in this report, the guarantee of procedural protections for parents and families is a fundamental part of the IDEA, and without these protections in private schools, families are left as unequal partners. So that's the second reason why the vouchers, the EFAs, should be required to have full rights for students with disabilities because they lose all of those procedural protections. And that answers the question that I think it was Representative Cordelli asked, what's the difference between what happens with the student who goes to an out-of-state school, like say they end up going to Perkins School for the children of the blind. If you do that with a public school placement, you still have your procedural protections in place. When you go to the private school, you have zero procedural protections in place. The third reason that they're opposed to this is because children with disabilities get pushed out. They say private schools are under no obligation to keep a child enrolled during a school year or offer re-enrollment in a subsequent year. Evidence indicates that private schools typically do not re-enroll, but push out children with a history of discipline problems or atypical behaviors that can adversely affect other students. So the students with disabilities either don't get in the door, they are told to leave partway through the season, or they don't get to come back the next year. It's discriminatory in effect. Even if the EFAs want to treat everybody equally, the effect is that children with disabilities are discriminated against. And the last reason they are against it is because of the no less restrictive environment clause. Private schools are not subject to the LRE, the least restrictive environment requirements, and there is the potential for in-school segregation of children and youth with disabilities. So even if a child with disabilities goes to a private school, they'll be segregated. Why? Because they are not given the protection for the least restrictive environment, which does carry with you in the public school. So the result is that children with disabilities get discriminated against in the voucher plans. You know this is going to happen. Evidence around the country where this has been done for 20 to 25 years tells you that. The way to make sure it doesn't happen is to write it into the law that it won't happen. The other problem is that the parents don't even know what they're getting into. In a previous bill a couple of weeks ago, I sent you a rather long written testimony, but I mentioned a GAO report about private school choice and vouchers, and they talked about how parents can't get information from these private schools. They don't know whether or not they offer services specific to their child. Is there somebody there who's actually qualified to teach what they study? The private school may just have one person who deals with 10 students with disabilities and does their best that they can for all of them. There's no legal protection. In the public school, that child has a right to an individual education program and will be getting services from people who are qualified and trained in their specific area. Our governor, who obviously helped write this plan, he passed the legislation and all that. You will remember last September, they had a forum on disabilities and education during the campaign, and it was Senator Sherman and Governor Sununu. And Governor Sununu said, when you go to a private school through the voucher plan, you give up no legal rights. And he immediately was told that was incorrect by online and the next day in the press by the rights community. He then came back and said, okay, well, all right, you get some rights. And that's all you get in the private school is some rights. You give up your legal right to a free and appropriate education when you leave that public school. So the way to make sure this doesn't happen under a voucher system, if New Hampshire's going to adhere to our philosophy of not discriminating, is to make it very clear. You asked earlier a question, well, it's already in the civil rights law. I remember it was 393. Okay. But obviously, that's in law. We've seen this program in effect for 2 years, and children with disabilities are not getting legal rights. They don't have due process rights. They don't have the least restrictive environment right. They have no legal rights when they participate in the voucher program if they go to a private school. That's why it needs to be written into this law so that it's very, very clear that the intent of the legislature is that that provision follows over. We had a judge testifying earlier, make your laws clear. This would make it very clear that that's what you want. The second group of people that this is relevant to is children of color. Indiana adopted a choice program. In their program, when the original program went into effect, the ratio of white children to black children was 2 to 1. There was 2 white children for every 1 black child who signed up for the voucher programs. But I'll just read, it'd be much more simple for you if I say, research and practice indicates that vouchers and voucher type programs point us in the other direction, that's away from diverse student populations. These programs can facilitate racial, ethnic, economic, religious, gender, and disability segregation. In Indiana, the Indiana School Choice Program, which began in 2011, was built as a way to help poor and minority children escape bad public schools. Since then, the percentage of white voucher recipients has increased from 46 to 60%, and the percentage of black recipients has dropped from 24 to 12%. What does that mean? In year 1, the ratio is 2 to 1. 2 white students for every black student. It is now 5 to 1. The black students, they're not working out. It says in practice, they're not being able to maintain in the voucher private schools. The white students are going there. And Deborah Howe also testified to this too earlier. You start at 2 to 1, and after a few years, you find yourself at 5 to 1. That tells you that in practice, there's discrimination. I'm not saying anybody's intending to discriminate, but if you know that that's going to be the result, if New Hampshire's going to continue with EFAs, we see this coming from 20 years of research, we should put it into the law that says race. Take it out of that other law that's the generic law and put it right into the EFA law along with disability rights so that we make sure that when people participate in the EFA, if they have a child who has a disability, they'll know that they keep their rights. The parent will never be confused as to whether or not the rights follow them. And if you're a parent with a child of color, you will know that your child will not be unfairly suspended or kicked out of the school or not asked to come back the next year. Put it in the law, it makes it clear. The last group is LGBTQ students. We know that LGBTQ folks make up about 5% of the New Hampshire adult population, and they make up 22% of high school students in this country. That's from the latest study done by the CDC. If we're going to have students who are LGBTQ going to private schools, they will want to be treated fairly. Now, the testimony earlier from the students at the law school was so compelling. They just wanted to be treated like they were welcomed in their school. Imagine being a student who comes out during your high school years and you find yourself in a voucher program and you're in a private school in which bans members of the LGBT community from teaching at that school. There is nobody there that you can look to as a mentor, no role model, nobody who could be like you. They're going to be feeling the same awful feelings that the previous testimony came about. If we're going to have a society where we say, when it's a public forum, when there's state actors involved, we want to make sure that people who have religious beliefs feel welcome, like at the UNH School of Law. Then if it's state money that's funding these private schools, then we want to make sure that those protections also go with the state money so that members of the LGBTQ community are not faced with ridicule or feel like I can't stay with this school because there's nobody here who understands me. So again, clarity in the law will make sure that when we have public actors, we should have civil rights following with the financial aid coming from the state. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And with that, we're going to close down this hearing. And adjourn. Have a great week. Do we have a schedule for the following week? I mean, we don't have, the schedule will be put out next week, in the next calendar, yes. Yeah, yeah. Pardon me?
So we won't go.
Oh, yeah, we will. Yeah. Because what we have left, we just have exact bills left. Approximately half the bills we received, we still have to exact. And we'll start doing that on Monday, and rest assured, we'll probably start around 9:30, but there will be caucuses first.